the exception of the gamma being like twice as high as it needs to be. There we go. That'll do. It'll do for now. Maybe it was better before. Someone's gonna complain that it's like 0.2 pixels off. Alright. Well, whatever. I think we'll be fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, good, good. Just give me a second. I've got to actually pull out the game. Now, I mean, I thought of having, okay. You know what? I think it was truly just fine before. Yeah. There we go. It's a little weird because I kind of made this, this layout after I got any percent, so like I'm used to the splits being significantly taller. Oh god. There's a new beginning. What in the fuck? Sorry, me and my friend were okay, here it is, here it is. Okay. I didn't really refer to my old tutorial, but like there's gonna be stuff that's out of date on it to begin with. And I tend to know what the hell I'm saying, at least whenever I'm talking about this game, because I've explained it a decent handful of times. I am a little, like, tired and shaky, but I think it should be okay. Definitely shaky in terms of my gameplay as well as just, like, my health or whatever. We should be cool. Oh my god. Someone followed. Who'd have guessed? CD-ROM. Yeah, I normally never pay attention to that, but it, my follower count just inevitably ticked up, and, you know, regardless, it's always appreciated. I just feel weird when people call that out. Okay. Now the way I kind of set this up, I don't, well, I mean, I do have a webcam I could use. Oh, shit. One sec. Why is it, like, buzzing my ears? Oh, I need assign slots. Or, not that one. I think I want that. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, okay. sorry, not done terribly much in the way of multiplayer on this system. This is the PS. I'm playing the PS2 on the PS3, but it shouldn't realistically matter. At least in regards to like the general like mechanics and whatever. Obviously, there's going to be like controller layout differences, but realistically, I can't very well demonstrate that or replicate it, because I'd be kind of like imagining some stuff with my GameCube controller. So, I mean, if that would be helpful, I can try and hook up a one of my webcams. It's been a little weird because, at least in the past, I haven't used them for a good while because my PC began to like lag and shit whenever I would use them while streaming. At least while capture card stuff was going on. Alright. Sorry. 1 sec. Alright. Right, so you said you figured out the level 1, the temple flight strat is pretty straightforward. I imagine you have some of the basic movement mechanics down, but I'm going to have to go through this first level anyways. So I guess the main thing to note would be like that's going to really sort of like start to become imperative in terms of like distance and like maximizing your capability in this game is going to be something that's called a supercharge. You probably, or at least I refer to it as that. You probably already kind of might have noticed it, but essentially, I mean, okay, so I tend to like using this like little center medallion to sort of like measure out the distance of moves. If you just like do a regular charge, you know, that's gonna take you so far or whatever. Obviously, if you're like jumping further, or you know, if you're holding a direction, then that increases the charge distance a fair bit. But even if you're like neutral or whatever, and you just whoops, cancel out. So basically, this is the combination of the momentum of a horn dive, or the charge button in your case, like R. The airborne version kind of gives Spyro this burst of momentum. Typically, obviously, I mean, it sends you straight downward, or at a diagonal, but you can interrupt it with a variety of moves, most notably this one. And that's going to give you a significant boost in distance. It does, however, lock your angle more. Holding forward does seem to help a little bit in terms of distance, but, you know, that's sort of self-explanatory. The reason that's critical is just because, like, there are certain sections where, like, the timing of things is pretty important, and also just like, as you've probably figured out just in doing the Grove level, the main like restriction that makes this category interesting is the necessity for height. We have infinite horizontal movement, right? But not the same can't be said about height, and that's where like the intrigue and routing and stuff comes in. So like it's important because like over time you do slowly lose height, and like horn dive, cancel here, like It trades off height, but you get so much speed and distance. And it's just a good tool to have. It's not completely necessary whenever you begin running, but I think it should be noted anyway. The other thing that should be noted about that is that you can like slow your descent with the beam and like angle yourself kind of better, because like otherwise you kind of have to slowly turn by falling, which works as well depending on the type of like the setup of the terrain you're trying to navigate. If you are going to go for these horn dive cancel things, it's important to note that, whoa, like from, oh my god, why did I start just like, my capture card just went into hella lag mode. Oh, probably because I was fucking dropping frames on stream. Okay, well, that's sad. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think we're okay. Spyro can actually horn dive within basically 180 degrees of himself, from like a full single jump's worth of height anyways. Like when you're closer to the ground, it's definitely like more restricted. See, I can like hold straight down and, you know. It's also better if you, yeah, okay. There's something I kind of forgot about. If you do the horn dive and the directional input at the same time, you can actually do it like without it necessarily being fully off the ground, because it like sort of like directly pivots, as opposed to Spyro having to do like a partial turn like as the startup is happening. It kind of just like pivots him immediately. So that's important if you're going for any of these. But anyways, the main thing to be concerned about, of course, is just the level layout. If you haven't played through this game very much, then it's going to be a little weird, like, because out of bounds is basically just like the negative space between everything, obviously, and it's also like inverse in regards to the collision of things. I'll show you obviously like the pathway you have to take, but it just helps in terms of like visualizing the level and whatnot. But you'll kind of get a nick of that while I'm explaining, and once we get to the second level. Yeah. Obviously, the better you can mash is going to be better because, well, it means more charges, less like downtime between them, and it also actually, it's a little bit, it's almost like I don't know about exponential, but there's like cascading value in your charges, like depending on how tightly together they are, because when they're particularly close, you're able to maintain the speed of your initial supercharge for longer. Typically, it kind of like cuts off after a little bit. I think I went too far out. Oh well. This should still work. Yeah, that looks great. For height. So yeah, like, and even there, like, you also, so you lose out on height, and you also lose out on speed, like, over time. Obviously, again, you do have to kind of trade that off for control, being able to stop to turn or whatever. Oh, I fucked up the volume by just playing the game. I love that glitch. Oh, right. It doesn't really matter, but I do recommend there. I think there's actually a cheat that will let you get all of these elements fully upgraded. I don't know what it is on Wii. Well, I don't know what any of them are off the top of my head. But thankfully that was discovered a few years ago thanks to some digging by the cutting room floor, so that you don't have to play through the game 5 times. It's not really necessary, but it does make this little section with the monkeys faster, because you can just kind of spam ice ball on them. I don't really remember if that's a strategy that the run that I have on speedrun.com has. But yeah, just kind of try and hit all the dudes you can. Assassin, you kind of just do like an empty jump, like just jump into his fireball, like straight up, and then try to follow him on the way down. You can actually cancel out of the empty strafe jump by like doing a directional one. But yeah, I kind of just like try to hit him underneath, do like these empty jumps with like middle charges or no charge if he's below the stage. God. This is one of the worst glitches in... Oh. This... Never mind, this is one of the worst glitches. I've never seen this. This is great. I'm glad to know the game is this stable. Alright, whatever. I guess one of those sound channels was necessary for that cutscene or something, or just my disc is gay. Couldn't tell you. Disc is dumb, sorry. I don't know if my chat's just not working or whatever. I just want to make sure this is, like, making sense and not overwhelming. Because I know it's not directly the information you initially came looking for, but, you know, something to make it worthwhile while I get the rest set up. There is like a level select, but it requires, I don't know, it's like some kind of like Game Shark like hacking type stuff that's really difficult to get set up on. Well, maybe it's easier on Wii, I wouldn't know. There's I mean, if you look up, like, the test levels for this game, I think Frivolous Dragon has been able to get that, like, happening for themselves. So, that could be useful, in terms of practice. Or if you can, do save states on Dolphin, perhaps. Anyway, I tend to lean sort of more to the left of this moon now. Realistically, the tighter you can take this path, the better, because the only reason you need to be worried about, like, the only thing you need to be worried about spacing-wise for this is that there's an invisible wall around the edge of the apes arena. I'm gonna see if I can show where it, like, starts. Yeah, okay, so it's this, right here. Like, oh shit. It's like in the middle of where those vines start. It's pretty easy to avoid, and also if you end up falling below the stage, this little rock that's sticking out, you can push up against. You can also, like, switch, like, you can start the melee thing as Dark Spyro and then do the ice balls, but it's usually better to just start spamming ice balls once you are falling onto the stage. You also, like, after you get the first, like, hit or two beneath the stage on Assassin, you can start, like, charging fireballs slightly. This is all kind of extraneous information, but I guess just to demonstrate the potential depth there. Alright, finally. Okay, so, right, Grove. Grove actually got a bit of new tech. So I'm going to show... So whenever this cutscene ends, you actually start in fire, which is important to know, because in order to do the infinite Dark Spyro thing, you need to be ice before you equip. But whenever you do load into this level, there is a trick you can do. It's kind of time sensitive, but realistically you could do it whenever. So you want to, like, charge into these, you'll have a jacket, and then, like, jump on this, and then, okay. So there's a lot that goes into this trick, but, okay, so you start, like, here, you charge, you have, like, this lingering hitbox, and then these guys spawn. So then you want to switch over, turn around, and then using... there's a strafe key. They added... Well, no, they didn't add it, but there is a button to be able to strafe target an enemy. It really has no use, and Eternal Night never tells you that you can do this. On PS2, it's L2. Let me see what it says it is. In the... Oh, okay, never mind. This version, this copy I have does not have the manual. But you want to look for, there is a button that puts Spyro in this animation. And if there's an enemy around, he will sort of automatically face it and do that. Which also is hilarious whenever you... have them attached to you like this. But why that is important is, you know how I had mentioned that you can cancel out of one of these empty jumps? Oh, I guess these don't spawn infinitely. You can also just charge up it like this. It can be a little weird though, because this ledge can push you around, and also the other enemies might fuck with you. Here, I'm going to use one of these guys to demonstrate. Yeah, so whenever you are able to actually target an enemy, Spyro gets these, like, side jumps and stuff, and also can, like, exit the thing while... while in the middle of like any action, but essentially whenever you do one of these side jumps, you are able to, like, Spyro's considered grounded for a certain period of time. It's pretty small, I suppose. Right? But it exists, and it's very critical because you can essentially get like a triple jump or like 3.5 jumps worth, because you can also sort of like, you know, send yourself a certain direction with these jumps. And that's helpful for clearing this ledge as well. Obviously, alternatively, you can go over here and do just like kind of the casual thing, or you can charge up the little curved edge of this, or you can instead fly over to this section and come up here doing some sort of variant like that. Oh yeah, the air attack does also send you a little bit up and forward. It's not that useful in this category because you have much more potent capabilities in terms of movement. But anyways, so you do that, and then you end up around here. You kind of try to like aim for the middle of these if you're looking for a fast thing, and then try to like hug left. You tend to get stuck in this little bit. I try to like space out my things so that I get... So if you just kind of like throw all of your charges continually at there, you'll kind of get stuck, and you also wouldn't get the full speed carryover from your initial supercharge. There's like a little lip here where you can get sent out as the other thing, so really just kind of, you know, go at this however. So the way you want to approach this level is, with the initial part, you kind of just want to follow along the inside, or yeah, just like the outer lip of this this sector. It kind of just veers off to the left in this almost U-turn like fashion. So just kind of stay a little bit outside of the walls, you know, stop to turn slightly if you need to, but you can kind of get away with just like holding left and mashing. If you get too close in here, you can actually spawn the enemies there. That can be problematic potentially, but usually it isn't. Okay, so this is where the planks are. It's where there's this tree kind of sticking out in the middle of everything, and then you want to kind of curve into this alcove. So this is where, if you've played, presumably you've played the game like casually, I suppose, but there is, it's very difficult to get like a good visual on it. Let me just like see if I can climb this to get a better view. Yeah, so this is like right past where those enemies were. This is like the wall that you would typically knock down with the tree. And it's in like this big circle of just like these trees. It's like this barrier between these two kind of like circularly enclosed rooms. Oh, if you do land here, you can, like, curve yourself back up into the top sector with some careful maneuvers. Okay. I'm going to climb this again to, like, demonstrate the pathway, at least, to get here. Alright, so, like, you get out of bounds, and then you're coming along this way. You're following just outside of the thing. You can be... The actual collision is visually, like, several... Like... I don't know, it's like... I mean, you can see how lenient it is. It's like... It's like inside of where the trees actually, like, poke out into the level. So there's a lot of stuff that's just visual and not actually collision. So then you come over here and you look for this tree right here. Right after that one that's like really... And then you kind of just like go through that tree and... Whoops. And then just kind of turn into this alcove. And you should either hit somewhere on this tree and you can start to climb up, which all that requires, it's a little bit strange because, like, on the very edges, sometimes you will hit it and not be able to jump again. But for the most part, for whatever reason, this type of surface, you'll get, like, that... Well, you can see there's, like this melee ring that comes out, right? See, but depending, like, on where it's at, like, well, it just doesn't go this high up. But, you know, just kind of try to mash jump, and you should be able to get something off of that. It's kind of the same deal as with the strafe jumping technique I showed earlier. But if you kind of aim towards where the middle of this tree would be, you should be good, or even, like, closer to the outer edge. Thing with is, like, being, like, closer to the left, like, if you're, like, left middle, that tends to be pretty consistent, but you also kind of get, like, your jumps cut off a little bit, because, like, the wall is kind of taking a lot of your upwards momentum. So that's just good to know. Anyways, you can jump against this up until, like, just before, or, like, at the very top of this, so you can see, like, how that, the leftmost wooden spike sticks out less far. I tend to think of it as, like, whenever the spike that I can see, like the second spike here, like where it starts to come to a point, that's like the maximum of where I can jump off. Okay, so the whole reason for this detour is purely to get this height, right? That's going to make a lot of difference in terms of what level of it, what amount of areas you can travel to. Also, I need to pay attention because I don't have much more magic left. But anyways, you don't even need to get that high up on here. So long as you get near the top, like, even just by the base of this should be fine. And then just kind of aim where this wall becomes clear again, because otherwise you're going to hit a wall there that is going to slow you down. It will give you more height, so you can kind of use that as a backup, but just kind of cross here, and then you can do a horn dive here and kind of just go straight. Once you have landed, like, the thing about the supercharges is that you can only do one for every time that you're airborne. So, like, within the period of time that you're airborne. So, like, in order to refresh it, you have to land or do some kind of trick that sets you in a grounded state again, which is what that tree also allows you to do. So that's just also critical to know so that you're not, like, going to try and do one and then start falling a ton suddenly, and that fucks you up. But anyways, you kind of, like, have this jellyfish, like, towards the very right of your screen. And when you enter this area, it's a loading trigger, so it's going to refill your magic. Or this particular loading trigger does anyway. So you have more control over your angle then because of that, if that helps. You kind of cut across in here and then just kind of stick along here so that you don't run into the wall on the left. And then when you near the corner there, you head left and then aim yourself towards this wall, and it acts the same way, except don't really try to do the top or, like, the spikes of these. And then you can if you just hit that, you can fall and just die, like, right beneath where the tree is and land in there. But alternatively, you can try to loop around and okay, that doesn't work from that side. That's the other thing to be careful of, is that this platform can halt your movement, and you should be careful to be, like, closer to it, because sometimes it will give you a visual, but you might just fall off. I haven't done this strat in a while, so I might be wrong about that with this one, but that's just a good general rule. Especially if you're starting out, is to just be confident in what you are doing, because basically all the out-of-bounds tricks are going to lose you multiple minutes if you fail them, compared to just landing them first try. So that's really the main thing to get down whenever you're picking this up. So anyways, then you can just kind of loop around here, and this trigger extends a bit outside, and then you can end up here. And that will save you from going and doing this fight. Now, alternatively, I'm going to show two other paths. I don't know what the hell's up with... Oh, okay. For whatever reason, tapping chat for the 5th time happened. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I might do a full game thing in terms of a tutorial. I'm not sure if this is the best. I mean, yeah, rather make it simple than harder. Okay. Essentially, all of the out of bounds you want to do with this wall, even though this wall is finicky, because the next wall that you could use for out of bounds requires you beat up a bunch of enemies and stuff, and, like, sit through a bunch of cutscenes. It's just really cumbersome, more so than that annoying wall. Even though it has high variance, it's better to contend with that than, like, the extra minute. Oh, yeah. I think Felmouth Arena can be soft locked in because there's a lot of just, like, empty places where you can't really die and stuff. Alright, so curve into here. Yeah, essentially whenever this was found, it kind of just opened up the whole rest of the level. If you do end up going too far left, this is what happens. This will give you extra height climbing up off of these kind of like tree trunks here. So you can use that if you're not very confident. If you're just like, when you're aiming for, like if you're not sure of where the actual like tree wall entrance is, then that can give you some leeway. Generally speaking though, so long as you have a decent idea of where you're going, you have pretty good idea of where you're going. Okay, I went a little too far actually. But yeah, just turn and you'll feel a little lag there. That's when you get that load in. Okay, so I see that I'm at the corner there. I turn left and then here. So like look how much and like see how like far I was from that and it still gave me the visual. Oh, right. So I was just going to show... I am curious of one thing real quick. Because this might also be helpful, potentially. Yeah. So you can actually, like, hit that crystal for more magic. And then maybe even try to, like, loop around here. Whatever. Anyways, just kind of fall beneath if you're just looking for a death warp. And then that shall set you in here. Now you can either spam ice balls, because these guys are super weak to them, or you can go and jump over to here, target one with the strafe, and then they might attack you, so maybe you want to use Dragon Time, but you can actually, whoopsie, jump up here, either with an air attack to get yourself over the ledge, or even if you have like a charge, that can also get you in there. And then the other alternative, which is the fastest version, avoids the tree entirely. Technically, there's two variations of it, but one of them is so much harder and more precise and is slower, so it's not really worth consideration. Yeah, sometimes, as you saw, that ledge can kind of send you in a couple different ways. Oh, it's also helpful to get the full double jump. I sometimes just go neutral so that the wall doesn't carry me too hard here. But yeah, just kind of try to aim towards like the center between the two extremities, like between these two trees, and that will tend to get you the most height to push you out. I'll get on to Felmouth right after this. So again, make a little ellipse here. Look for this tree. Curve in. Try to look for the tree that's like discolored a bit. Then jump out this way. I tend to wait until I get out here so that I know that I'm not going to hit those other trees, so that I don't end up like eating my charge, because like you don't end up losing much speed or anything, like because this this space is like so large. You're not really going to lose time by starting your charge a little later. You gain your magic. If you cut across through here, it also makes this turn like pretty like easy in terms of timing, because it's right after. Okay. So yeah, also, if you do end up, like, hitting that early and you're not able to, like, get close enough to it, you can just glide forward, just, like, trade a little bit of height to, like, get closer to that, and then you can save yourself on the way down with the, you know, the wood wall itself. So anyways, hit this, get up a little bit. Don't start your charge on the first one because you have a high chance of just getting caught by the giant hitbox of that thing and just completely derailing your speed. So then just kind of go like top right and go like past this wall, and you want to get like somewhere around the middle of there. Like, there's a hallway above there. Like, just kind of look to get between the... Oh. Maybe I don't know how to do it. Fuck. You have to go further than... I try to think to go further than I expect, because that just helps in terms of consistency. Realistically, it is a pretty large trigger, but it's still good to know. I'm going to give this one more shot, and then if I don't get it, then I'm going to head on to the next level. Yeah, see, there's no way to get up there without a, use of Dark Spyro or the enemy glitch. Come on. Alright, there you go. See, that's why I try to space out those so that I get more momentum up this wall. Because climbing this is really the first boss of this level, in all reality. Remy? Sorry. Do dumb rat puns. Because Ratatouille is bae. See, I even was able to convert, like, that initial contact with the tree into a jump and then tried to adjust my angle. The only thing you need to worry about here is where that, like, circle of trees is over there. A little bit behind that is actually the cutscene trigger to enter Ice Stream. But it's pretty easily avoidable. Like, a lot of the things there, like, you kind of have to go out of your way to do. But of course, if you don't know the general layout of the level, it's very easy to confuse some of those things. Because from out of bounds, you don't have terribly much in the way of visual cues, like, that one can make sense of, typically. Alright. And the death trigger is very large here. It might have been, you know what, it might actually be, I'm not going... Yeah, okay, so the problem is actually not that I wasn't going far enough. You have to curve yourself back in, so you want to do, like, a slow turning, so that you end up, like, directly beneath. This is ideal, by the way. You kind of, like, get jettisoned out to the left, but then you kind of get stopped. The wall's also shorter. It's very hard to control that, though. I'm always excited when I get it. Yeah, at least with this, you can kind of get a general idea of the pathway and see what several attempts look like. Something else I recommend to kind of get a sense of like the scale of things is try to count out like the number of charges that it takes for you to get to like each of these different like checkpoints that I'm mentioning, because like that can also help if you end up like losing your way, kind of getting a sense of where you might be and adjusting more properly, because you can kind of like think of like how far you might have deviated and how much of a correction you might need to make. Oh, important to note for if you do this like glide thing, or yeah, this energy beam thing, is that you need to press jump so that you enter a glide state, because that's the only way to cancel out of the energy beam in the air. Because otherwise, if you try to go and do one of these air dashes, you're going to just stay in place. So you need to press jump, at least for a moment, and then switch right back to charging. I forgot where I was, so I wasn't confident in any of that. Right, so like, charge over here, and then when you get beyond, you can just kind of like go forward, and then like get 2 more charges in or something like that. And then you will warp over here, beyond this, this gate of sorts. And when that happens, you can kind of just double jump, and these enemies actually do still have a hitbox, despite being in the ground. So just be wary of that. I tend to use this ledge to get over these guys, and then I land here. And like every time you land, again, you get that refresh, which helps for good burst speed. If you were having trouble getting into the arena here, it's pretty simple. You can just go through and do it the normal way, but realistically, you can charge against any of this wall and get over. I tend to, nowadays, I lean more towards the left wall because it sort of like pushes you up and right at a very high angle, and then you can just kind of like turn and like, it's very simple and pretty fast. Like, there's benefits to going on like further to the right because it cuts the distance that you have to go out of bounds, but you can also get stuck there and have a hard time actually getting out of bounds. So like the speed boost or like the distance there that you do inbounds is not all that helpful. But yeah, just kind of aim for this box. It's a big rectangle here. Hit this, and then just kind of spam double jumps. You can land faster and also gain a little height by doing an air attack. And you can actually then ledge grab this and sit on top of it. Now, it is actually possible, there is still this like little wall here. Like this line of trees. Here, let me actually see. I'm gonna get arrow capture. Or not arrow. Yeah. Arrow just reminds me of like the like arrow whatever it's called. That was like for Windows 7 like compatibility or whatever. God, I wonder why fucking 3% of frames dropped. That's fucked, dude. My settings are quite low already. Yeah, my computer definitely does not like it when I have like OBS showing I'm dropping more frames each moment I have it open. Oh, shit, I'm dumb. Capture mouse cursor. Okay. Sorry about that. Right, so this is actually a... Oh god, look at the delay that happened because of doing that. So pitiful. Okay. Yeah, so this line of trees is still a concern. Like, where the top of this is, like, that's kind of where you need to get over. You probably can make this on a single jump. Although, since you are going to be doing a supercharge, and, like, you like, it takes so little time to do a double jump that you might as well just do that. Anyways, so you get over there, and then Arbrick's gonna spawn. Now, it's a little weird because you've entered the arena in a... like, outside of strafe mode. He's going to walk towards you. You're going to want to try and fall towards the center of the arena, but have good awareness and timing, because you need to catch yourself to hit Arbrick as you're falling, and then be ready to attack. Like, it's a little weird because of the orientation of it all. But if you fall into the pit, you're not going to respawn in the arena, and you're going to have to do another out-of-bounds climb. So that looks something like this. And then you can also, here, after you fall, you're going to start doing like that big melee swing combo John Cena bullshit that he does. Or I guess it's more of a... whatever, who cares? That's pretty cringe. Anyhow, you can switch... the way attacking works in this game is that magic attacks work individually of melee attacks, and Spyro's, like, Dark Spyro's air dash charge, I'm going to refer to it as the charge, and the horn dive as either horn dive, like the R1, like just regular running Spyro, is either running or the horn dive. Sorry, I know that was... Okay, so... the Dark Spyro attack I call charge. The thing where Spyro barrels his head down and sprints, I call that running or horn dive, because that's how the game refers to it. As horn dive anyway. And functionally it's running. Anyways, you are able to use melee or attacks separately of magic attacks. So that means that, for example, like Fire Breath, you can use Fire Breath while you are using your melee attacks. This also applies for this move, so you can have Spyro wailing away on the enemy, and you can either use the Dark Magic Beam by just holding square, or I guess it would be considered the primary attack in your case, or secondary attack. Or you can actually switch over to the Earth element. And Earth Flail does a ton of damage. You have to mash it, but it does a ton of damage. And I recommend switching to Dragon Time here, because there's a possibility with Earth Flail that your magic will drain, and by having Dragon Time up, it kind of fucks with the way magic is drained, because it slows that down, and you can kind of just use Earth Flail almost indefinitely while that's going on. And also it gives you opportunity to sort of like have better control over Spyro whenever the attack is ended. So, and you want to try and like aim it towards him. You can use X to kind of like control and glide, and then once you do this, empty his bar, and then you actually want to hit the death trigger here, but not actually fade out, because this will actually refill Spyro's magic without kicking him out. And then this you would do as normal. Sorry, I know that was kind of convoluted, but it really saves you a lot of pain over having to do Arboric normally. This is honestly one of my least favorite bosses, casually. So I figured I should explain that. Just kind of wail away at him and try to get as many hits in before he starts to telegraph the attack where he's going to spin, because he's invulnerable during that. Then here, head over to the left, let your magic charge up. You're going to want to try and bait him to do the stomp attack. When he does do it, use Dragon Time so that he is in that more vulnerable state for longer, and then you should be done. It is kind of RNG though if he does do that, so don't be discouraged if it doesn't happen for you. You can also kind of jump at the side there. There isn't anything like 100% consistent for it. Oh, it's also good to note in the strafe battle sections, if you do those empty jumps I was showing, you can actually just avoid like hit stun and like being knocked around. And even if you do get knocked around, you can do one of the directional jumps to cancel that out. Alright, Felmouth Arena. Now this is where the boys and the Chads get separated. So what makes this part very fun is that there is a trick where you can get out of bounds and skip this entire level, but it requires climbing up one of these thin chains. One of these. And not only is its collision rather small, but there's also this first boss has a like cannonball attack that can snipe you from anywhere on the stage with near perfect accuracy. So, which includes on the chains and out of bounds. They just have like unlimited range for no fucking reason. Forgot about that line. But anyways, what you're going to end up trying to do is use Dragon Time in a manner... So the way Dragon Time works is that it makes everything slower, including Spyro, but it makes enemies slower than Spyro, and you want to combine the fact that that's how that works, like, to create... So that creates a little bit of a gap in terms of the timing with enemies and you, and then you also kind of want to try and distract the Blundertails while that is going on, while you're using Dragon Time, in order to kind of give yourself enough room to line up and climb up the chain, but be far enough ahead of them so that the hitbox of the cannonball does not hit you. You can technically recover after being hit by one, but it's so difficult and wastes a lot of time that it's not really worth it. So I'm going to show some techniques that you can use to try and separate yourselves from the deadly attacks of these two. Alright. So the first thing I tend to do is jump over the middle of them. Now, you can technically just get away with that, and then, like, Dragon Time and sprint away. But another thing you can do is just kind of, like, stun them like this, and then run over. So it's this... It's actually a particular chain, because, in terms of simplicity, this is the only one that's quickly available. So from where you spawn, it's like top right, like at a 2 o'clock position. Yeah, 2 o'clock position. And the reason for that is I wish I could like see the actual level like on the start screen here, but there's like a little rock over here. You want to land on that and then double jump, and you should be like at the base of, or like the top of the anchor, where there's like this little kind of like bulbous turn, or like the little circle where the anchor would normally, like, it attaches to the chain. And that's kind of what you want to get over. You do need like most of your double jump. It might not be a like completely full double jump, but you need a lot of height here. You shouldn't really space out your double jumps though, because time is of the essence. So once you do that, you want to try and keep to the center of the chain, because this will mean that now the chain does have a slightly like wider width than you would expect. But you need to climb like the entire chain, and also every time that you are like close to getting off and you need to like readjust yourself towards the center, you risk getting hit by the blundertails. And you can use Dragon Time to adjust that, but it becomes shakier then, because the like Spyro will be kind of standing still, and the like basically the blundertails have time to catch up to you even within Dragon Time, in terms of their aiming, because you're going to have to use the energy beam to guide yourself back towards the center. So like there is leniency to this trick, but there isn't all that much. Again, that's kind of why like the initial setup is most important. This is easily the most like difficult trick to pick up as a starter, and unfortunately there isn't really an alternative, with the exception of going through the rest of the level, which involves doing 3 more bosses, a dream sequence, and like 5 other minutes of like it's like a 10-12 minute time loss. It really sucks. But if you are able to accomplish this, then you like realistically, like, it just gives you so much capability in the sense of minutia in this game, and like fundamental understanding of the mechanics, and just gives you like good capability in terms of wielding all of Spyro's tools if you're able to get this with good consistency. So, oh, also if you do pause, since you can just hit back with the same button that is the secondary or primary attack. I don't know. The way that they like organize the names for stuff was kind of weird to me for like trying to do a general like move like word key, I guess. I could use a word key for that last statement. Anyways, it's the same button as the charge. So you can, like, yeah. And so once you get up here a fair bit, you can do that. And you want to do just little changes because you see, you know, like, it, yeah. Like, flashing into Dragon Time and then switching your direction slightly, like, that's really the best move you can make because you're able to maintain more of your initial speed and just like it's less of a detour, so you're going to have less time, less risk, basically. So it's weird because the cleaner you're able to do it is actually like the safer it is, but no matter what you do, this trick isn't safe. Now I am going to go back in there because like this initial like out of bounds section is really the most difficult part. Okay. Also, because you were doing a strafe battle with Arboric before, you're going to actually start this level in fire. So while you're jumping over, you should switch over to ice. Oh, I guess that's another thing you could do is, so another thing you could do, it's a little weirder to set up and not as reliable, but you can, actually, like, just hit one of these down. You do have to kind of, like, use a lot of Dragon Time in these setups, though. And then they'll be further away, see? So that's another thing you can do. I'm kind of surprised I got as much leeway as I did, but yeah, just aim for the, like, see how there's, like, one chain that's going up and down? Like, just kind of aim for that area, as opposed to relying on the wider ones. Trying to think if there's any other, like, tips I would have for this section. Yeah, see, like, they hit me all the way up here. I'm not sure if this would actually help much, but I think you could theoretically, yeah, you could theoretically use them to, like, sort of, like, get onto this from another area. But yeah, it's these kind of motions that you'd want to do. It's like 3 or 4 buttons at once, but it's worth it. And like neutral or like holding in is the way that you want to go. So if you're strafing off to the right, then you want to hold in to the left. If you're towards the middle, then you just want to not press anything on the stick. And if you're heading off to the left, then obviously you want to go in towards the right. Even better yet is if you can get an understanding of the rhythm of when they shoot. That helps in terms of like when you should like switch. I think you want to do it like slightly before or something. It's honestly not something I really think about much, so I don't know that it really helps. I realistically just do it whenever I need to and try to minimize that. They tend to shoot every, like, I think 2 seconds or something. Like that. Maybe it's 3 seconds. Any questions in regards to this initial part, at least? Because, I mean, I know that this is easily the most difficult part. You can also sort of, like, bait them over to the other side of the stage, and then, like, try to, you know, get them to attack you over there and then run over. I mean, they will attack you if you're just jumping over them, though. So I kind of just try to do it in one swift motion like that. right? So this is how I do it. Oh, you can also... Okay, something else here. You can end up... You want to do a shorter jump onto this rock, because otherwise you're going to spend time falling onto the rock as opposed to getting up onto the chain, and that kind of, again, just gives the Blundertails more opportunity to turn around and hit you. So, like, I'll either do a single jump, or I'll do a short jump, and then I'll hit my air attack so that I go forward a little bit, and just end up anywhere on this mound. Now, if you head, like, left like that, you're going to have to die, or come back to the stage, and try to reset it up. Which is difficult, because there's these fucking cannons. But yeah, especially... Oh my fuck. Also, sometimes they're just unfair bastards. Sometimes I, like, mix up my dragon time a little bit. Because that can kind of screw with their timing. But yeah, if you do fall off, then let's see what we do here. You can, like, just kind of, like, get them to try and follow you and then run away. Yeah, I really like using dragon time to get the initial, like, angle on this. Make sure I have that down, and then I will adjust as I go. Because if you're adjusting, like, on the initial journey, then you're going to end up, like, not getting enough, getting far enough from the enemies initially to really be able to make notes of good use of that. Okay. But yeah, you can see how, like, tight this can be. Sometimes, even, like, if you use dragon time too much, like, it will actually kinda balance back out. These guys are just menaces, is what it comes down to. And see, if you're just really clean with it, able to mash, just get up and over. Alright. See, that's, like, ideal, is what that would look like. Whoa. Nope, nope, yeah. Don't fall in there or you get soft locked and have to reload. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna die to try and demonstrate this once more. Like other tactics. Sometimes you might get hit there. If so, just kind of hold off on your dragon time. God. It's a little weird, because, like, part of it is just, like, feel for me. Depending on, like, how far the guys are. Sometimes I might even, like, want to do adjustments without dragon time, actually. Because, like, the... Never mind. I might have, like, enough time to do that. Or they might just be too disoriented. Don't... Oh! Right, so that's the critical thing here, is don't hold forward until you get your second jump out. You can actually hold forward on this chain. That's pretty good as well if you're really tight with your angle. But yeah, so long as you get like above, like to the either above the final chain or to it, you should be able to get over this next gap. So, provided you were actually able to get past the gauntlet, that is the, the Scorpion Arena bullshit, you're going to find yourself up at the top here where everything's kind of deloaded and you just got over the chain. And you're going to see a green crystal right around here in front of you. So you're going to kind of use that as a visual guideline. Essentially, you want to just go straight. So there is a death barrier over to the right. Oh gosh. Here. You want to go over this corner where this green crystal is in the corner, over a little wall on the right side. And you want to kind of curve around it and then immediately come back in, because otherwise you might hit a death trigger. And here, I'll demonstrate that now, like where the death trigger is that I'm talking about. It's a lot easier to understand when you can see the level. So this is the green crystal that I was talking about. This wall, behind it, you can actually climb up, but it's pretty slow and tedious, but it is a safe and efficient way to do it. However, this wall here is what you're actually aiming to get over. As you can see, there's this outside like curve of the ship. Typically, you're not able to access that area, and so it's treated as a death barrier. Shit. Now, sometimes with how this loads, it's funny. But yeah, that's usually what's going to happen, because the level hasn't loaded visually. Like, so you want to try and make it tight. You can go, I think, like there's like a 1 charge room of leniency. Like you can go slightly further than the green crystal itself. But essentially that's what you're looking to accomplish. So I'm going to go and do that again. Also, the less time before you start your charge, the better. Just like as soon as you can get in line with the chain, the best. Alright, so yeah. I just kind of like do slow charges and curve myself slowly left each time. So it's like shh, shh, shh. So if I'm going forward, it goes something like shh, 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 shh. Something like that, if that makes sense. I know that that's, let's see, more like shh, 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 shh. Gosh. Anyway, that's how you climb in over that. You saw I was like even like over towards here ish whenever I landed. It's definitely weird. It's more so, you know what? It's more so like you don't want to go too far. See, like this whole area is safe, but then when you get just past the spikes, it's dangerous. So it's more so how far right you go than it is forward. So yeah, I don't quite hug the green crystal, but I do kind of go near it, parallel or to it. Mashing. You can see like Spyro's kind of halfway off of the chain, but I'm still able to charge against it. So that's kind of what I mean as far as like the leniency to its collision. Okay, so if you're not feeling up for that, you can just kind of head to the left here, and apparently they can still snipe you. But then they're going to have to get over another wall, and they're not going to want to do that. Okay, so yeah, this whole sector, you can kind of just charge up it for free. I think these like center things are the only things that you need to watch out for, like these little boards that are separators will make you go slower or like get stuck. But yeah, this is the alternative, is just go against this and then fly over here. In any event, then you can use your supercharge and get over in here. So you want to get up here and like get over towards the back of the ship. Now what I tend to do is I go towards this corner onto this treasure chest, and then you can either double jump back here and charge over, or if it will let me, might not be able to. Unless, can I target that? I don't think so. Here, let's... No, it doesn't count. Fuck. Can I just get back in over this way? Oh my god, these spikes. What an asshole! Yes, okay. Oh, okay. Is there... Yeah, there's health crystal back this way. Okay. Yeah, so the other thing you can do is you can jump over this way and ledge grab. This doesn't work in any percent because by going out of bounds here, you actually just, like, the game loads some things, but it doesn't load everything. So the invisible walls that normally prevent you from grabbing these are gone. Same with going over the back of the ship here. You can also actually jump on the, like, the ladle here, and then charge over, or however you wish to accomplish that. God damn it, Spyro, I can't see. Or you can even jump on the other treasure chest, but all you want to do is fall in here and either go for... You'll see, like, this gap in the ceiling here. That is where the cutscene normally takes place, where Spyro falls down, so you either want to go, like, beneath that, in that column, or head over to this table. Both of them will activate the cutscene. Then when you skip this, just turn around and you can just kind of... Oh. Yeah, that's another thing, is that if you do the table, the other cutscene trigger actually is still there. Or like it does this thing with like the timer, where like it typically expects you to like have this visual zoomed in on Spyro. So it will reset you basically, and like give him a free attack, which is annoying. So go for the column beneath the hole in the ceiling, because that's going to be consistent and you don't have to wait until you fall. You can just charge right into it. Oh, also, this shouldn't really be of concern, but be careful of your magic, because if you end up running out of it, then you could be screwed here. You normally don't have this much, so I'm just gonna kind of die. There is a backup, but you shouldn't really need to worry about it. So this is more like what you can expect to see. Whoops. Well, no, you wouldn't want to do that, actually. Yeah, there we go. You can help, my friend. Good. Alright. Yeah, so just, you're in Dark Spyro. Kinda hold... Whoops. Dude, that's sick! I've never actually noticed that. Like, his hook got stuck. But yeah. You can also walk at him and then do your, air attack. Or, not the air attack. The charge, and then do the, you know, the pummel thing, and then, like, combine that with the, earth flail to be fastest. Just so long as you stunlock him. Like, fights Okay. Come on. Let me see OBS. Okay. Gosh. High CPU usage, of course. Anyways, I'm back and ready to continue here. With, this actually is, thankfully a pretty simple level. Casually, it can be one of the more annoying, like, long levels. I mean, I kinda like, its theming, but some of the fights can be a bit of a slog at the very least. Thankfully, due to its clearly airborne nature, it's relatively straightforward and quite clean in terms of the simplicity of the level. However, there are a few different paths to note, and like more difficult things you can do. Oh my god! Yeah, Nala! Dude, I remember, of course. You you actually, yeah, I used to stream a lot more too, but I know we had some pretty crazy nights, particularly with like the camera getting stuck glitch, and like some of my favorite clips are still from that stream. So it's surprising, you know. Um, I think the most surprising thing to me about everything is just like how much people seem to remember me, and I mean, it also surprises me that I can remember other people's names, but like the community that is around this game, even though it's kind of small and quiet, is just like so undying, and like it's so strange to me because, you know, I love these games, and the more I play them, like I do like them, but they're clearly flawed and whatever. But I think everyone just can really rally around the um, potential, I think, that the series presents, and um, some of the like thematic elements, or just like some of the core concepts of this game really offer a lot. It doesn't necessarily live up to it like in its entirety, obviously. I don't think most anything does, but the fact that people hold out like over a decade after this game is released is just like really immaculate to me. So it means a lot to even just seeing your name again really gives me some feels. Anyways, I'm actually in the middle of someone kind of randomly contacted me about New Game Plus uh, and learning it, and I'm kind of in the middle of a tutorial, so I'm going to return to that, but I'll try to keep up with you. Glad that you did a return, and I mean, like, it's strange how, you know, we can still kind of be around and see each other, like, years later, and still, like, even though our lives have gotten to significantly different points, that we still have these things that remain true and to be, like, an integral part, like, that our general feelings for them and interest still remain. That's always wonderful to see. That's why we all have our hobbies and stuff. Anyway, so right, this is the yeah, I'll maybe let you know, I guess, what's been going on with me the past couple years, because it is tricky and difficult for me, but whatever. Let's not get too distracted. So yeah, pirate fleet level, right. So after having had to do what is probably the most difficult trick in the game, in terms of out of bounds. Now you get to do some of the easiest ones. What's interesting to note here is that if you were doing the strat where you switch to Earth Flail and kind of just spam out the last half or so of Scab's health bar, you're going to end up starting this level with Earth, which is going to be really awkward if you go jump off and then do one of these, as opposed to one of your Dark Spyro charges.
Here we go.
So there's a couple of ways you can approach this. For simplicity's sake, you can just double jump off and then switch to Ice and then Dark Spyro. Hold on, there's a little bit of video delay here, or audio delay. Excuse me.
Got to remember my training.
Okay, yeah. When you do your runs, do remember your training from here. Okay. So there's a few ways you can approach it, is just like that, right? Or, because of the way that the Dark Spyro glitch works, which is that it essentially just carries over some of the coding from the previous element before it's equipped. And really the only time that is like critical or like noteworthy at all is with Ice, because unlike with the other moves, whoopsie, didn't mean to do that. Good die just to refill my magic. But the way they programmed it is that all of the other... Here, I'll actually just jump off to show. So I'm mashing the electric vortex button there. And I'm not able to do a second one. So for fire, earth, electricity, all of those you can only do once in midair. However, with ice, you can actually do as many as you want before you hit the ground. That carries over to Dark Spyro. If I am any other element and I do one of Dark Spyro's dashes, I'm only able to do one before I hit the ground again. So this is also true with ice. No, that's not also true with ice. I'm sorry. It's not true with ice. So whenever you have that carryover, you're able to... Okay. So the other reason that that's important is that this also acts like as a carryover for just if you have ice equipped in general, which obviously allows the Dark Spyro glitch, but what it also allows is that whenever you're jumping off of this ship, you can do a Comet Dash and then switch over to ice and then this, and then because you have done ice, even though you used your magic melee, you're still able to do more of them because you had ice equipped. So you can actually end up doing a Comet Dash, like, you can do that technically with, well, actually, I'm not sure about, like, oh, dude, that's actually kind of cool. I don't think there's anywhere where that's useful, but it's still interesting, right? So, you're able to get a bit, like, you get further distance on, like, a Comet Dash than you do on a typical charge. Not so much compared to the supercharge, but because Comet Dash gives you a good bit of distance in one go, and supercharge tends to slow down over time, it is still worth it for the distance you have to travel in this level. So when you jump off of this ship, there's a few things to consider. One is, it's really mainly just these sails. So there's one over here on this mast, and then there's also one over here on this mast. Realistically, I don't really recommend this one. It's a nice backup if you end up, for whatever reason, you do your horn dive or whatever, and you end up, like, careening hard to the left, It's a good way to reposition yourself and also regain speed. But really, the only one worth considering is jumping off of this one here. You do have to be careful, because if you miss this, you can fall and trigger the cutscene over here at the bottom of that ship. But for a slight little detour, you can end up jumping off of it and then getting more supercharge. It's pretty minimal, so it kind of is really close in terms of time, especially depending on how clean you are with it. But like that and the Comet Dash before you do... Comet Dash is this, like, this thing where Spyro lights himself on fire and charges forward, just so that I'm clear in terms of the terminology. Terms of terms, yes. Anyways, you can also just go straight forward here. But yeah, you do kind of have to slow down and then land on this and, you know. So there is a little bit of a caveat there, of course. I am going to show just kind of going straight forward, because that tends to be simplest and what I like to do. Because if you are just good with your mashing, you can kind of just get over here anyway. You're aiming for this ship in the top left. It's like the furthest one in the Armada. And there's a few ways that you can approach this. So when you're going this way, you're going to tend to end up towards the back of the ship. Now for the fastest strat, you would want to land on this rope, actually. This whole thing has collision. So just kind of like carefully land in anywhere on it. And then just kind of like spam double jump upwards until you get near the crow's nest here, because then it starts to lose collision. And then you would charge over. And I'll demonstrate that in a second. But the other way you can do this is just to fall onto the ship. And none of the enemies are here. So you can actually... You want to fall, like, towards the other end of the ship here. So that you can get over this box. Because I don't believe there's actually, like, a way to jump this normally. Typically, you need, like, an enemy or some kind of damage boost. So yeah, just try to go to the back here and fall down and hit this lever. Now, because this air dash thing counts as a melee attack, it also actually will activate this. So even when you're in free fall, you're able to do oh my god, you're able to do a charge. And so you can hit that, and then this boat will come, and then you would just land on it, and then it will take you around to the next area. Simple enough. However, there is a somewhat more difficult, but very satisfying alternative that I'm going to show you. Give me 1 second while I write something down. Have to check back. There was something else I wanted to write down earlier in the stream, but that's okay. Okay. So, either way, you do need to end up going over to this last ship. However, like I mentioned, you can jump off of this rope. Now, the reason that that's interesting, I don't know if you had noticed when I was flying before. I'm gonna try and point it out while I'm up here. I think realistically you can get this with only... Oh shit. Yeah. Thankfully this is see-through. Okay, so right down there, where my beam is pointing, that boat, it looks like it's accessible. This is actually the boat that you start on in the second area. However, there's a giant death barrier that separates these two sections of the level. For the longest time, you just had to ride that boat to get to that part of the level. However, by utilizing the rope, you can actually just get right on over it and then fall down onto it. Now, obviously, that requires a significant bit more precision and planning and skill and all that, because you have to land on this, and then you have to go over and fall onto the boat. So you have to have a good sense of spacing. So even I think with one jump, I'll jump off, that might be able to work. Yeah. So it was literally just one double jump worth of height that was separating things. I tend to like climbing up the rope because you tend, like, being able to double jump up it tends to be like pretty fast compared to like having a bit of more of the slower charges. And it also makes the trick like less tight in terms of like if you fall and fuck up. But either way, you want to charge for a while and then end up landing on or around here. Now, if you do, when you do enter free fall, you're typically not able to leave it. However, with the charge attack, which does everything for some reason, you're able to cancel out of that. Do not use your energy beam. You can't do this out of free fall, see? I'm pressing it and it doesn't do anything. If you do miss, the reason you want to land on that boat is because it sets a checkpoint, and it also will refresh your supercharge. It's technically not necessary, but it acts as a good sort of reset point as well for practice, and it also has benefits for the run itself, so hooray for convenience. So anyways, I'm just going to go and demonstrate what that part looks like now. This is also, I think I'm gonna fall off this rope. Shit. So if you do fall off the rope, you can kind of just curve around. Be wary of that lantern down there, because you can actually fall inside it and get soft locked. So just kind of try to slowly maneuver yourself onto one of these. It really sucks with camera being dumb. Okay, there we go. But yeah, see how much like speed and distance you get out of that. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, I think is about right. Yeah. So if you climb to the very top-ish area of the rope, around 20 to 25 charges will get you around this. Now, yeah. So that's what this particular level, because of like how open and empty it can be, especially when you're doing these flights, it can be very useful to have just like a charge count to be able to have a general idea and feel more confident in terms of where you're ending up, especially for the transition to this boat. If you do miss it, you can just keep on doing this without the supercharge. It just helps orient you. When you do try to land on here, you can either charge and then just to cancel your fall, and then like land on this and then jump off, or if you're really dastardly, you can actually kind of just like scrape off the top of this and fall off, or you can even hit the side of this boat, like along here, and that will still give you the same benefit. But anyways, primarily just recommend that. If you do land on it, you do have to double jump really to get out of it. If you land on the side, then you can just like fall off and then do this. So avoid going over top of the boat that's immediately to the left, and what you're going to do is aim for this one out here. It's going to look like it might be like traveling in the distance, or like it might disappear, but this is the general direction, like a little left of the sun. Yeah, see, when you get close enough, it disappears. Now, if I remember right, it's like 50-ish charges, and I haven't been counting, but you'll also see it reappear, and once you see it, like, the smaller boat disappear, like, I try to aim to be, like, around where the mast is, like, just so that a little bit is still within its range, and look, I landed perfectly on the center of that. It doesn't really matter if you take the fall damage. I will always prevent my fall just so that I have the control there that I need. Now you can also aim to just land on the ship itself back there if that makes you more comfortable, and it also sets a checkpoint, so that's also nice. But either way, you're going to end up riding these boats because they actually move faster than the actual supercharged chains do. When you are on these, I wasn't able to do it with this one because I was talking, but it can actually be beneficial to switch to fire and then comet dash over to the next boat sequentially. The reason for that is that there's less like startup time between when you jump and when you start a charge, or in this case a comet dash, and so that means that your speed is going to carry over, and you're not going to get like pulled back and away from the boat, like it's not going to get out from under you. But by doing this, you would be able to land on one of these faster. Once these start moving, after a couple seconds, you can safely jump onto these. Sometimes they're finicky, and you will, if you fall off, it tries to come back to catch you. But if it doesn't, like, register that you landed back, then it really fucks with how those fundamentally work. So anyways, just land on these so that you're able to... And then whenever this gets, like, near the top there, you... Like, when the camera kind of pans down, you can prepare to jump off because it's going more downwards than forwards. So, like, after it does that, or a few seconds, you can just jump off and start doing your charges because they're going to be better than gliding. You can do the same thing with... like how earlier at the start of the level I showed that you could do the fire comet dash before you end up doing a supercharge. I wasn't able to do it this time because I forgot. You do also have to do it before you do any of the supercharges, and that's because basically only the first elemental melee attack is free. So only the first one that you do airborne can be anything, and then any of the following ones would have to be listed under ice, or Dark Spyro with ice. So, it sounds like a drink. Dark Spyro with ice. Anyways, so yeah. Simple level, just kind of get over here, and then just fall in towards the center here. Now, for Arbrick, he's a very difficult boss. He's always been the bane of everything, both these two and the the run. Just so you have to hold square. Yeah. I've tried numerous other things, and they're either slower somehow, even though they have like higher DPS in the moment, or they are like really inconsistent or whatever. So the just because of like the high damage and the long range, that's your best option, and it's easy and you win. All right. Now that you've done that, this is also a very difficult strategy for runners, and I'm going to do probably its own separate tutorial because there are a few different techs in here that really suffer without like a visual and like good like setup or explanation, and they're also very difficult for a beginner. This initial one probably less so, but I don't think I've ever actually seen anyone accomplish these moves besides myself. To be fair, there aren't that many people that run the game or anything, which is why I'm making this, but in any event, I am going to demonstrate them, but honestly, I might just recommend that a runner do this casually. Okay. So, the only like things that you could I'll bring them up whenever they come over here. So there is a very strange skip that you can do to actually avoid the dream trigger here in general. Once you go down and like do this whole portal thing, your element gets restricted to only electricity. And that is cumbersome because, well, Comet Dash is just a very strong tool in Spyro's arsenal, and without it, your movement set is really gimped. You only have some small benefits to your moves besides, like, jumping itself. And that's why the skip is something that I think you could really learn if you, like, put some time into it. The other trick I'm going to show, kind of more difficult to pick up, but either way. So, we're going to be abusing Lightning Vortex. Unfortunately, there is no access to Dark Spyro in here, so we have to make use of our base tools, which are admittedly less, but have their own creative jank that has its own kind of charm to it in a way. Essentially, what we're going to look to do is use this floating debris as platforms through a little bit of a glitch with the lightning vortex here, and try to get around and like to the outside of that gate and sort of get over to the following platform early. Alright. So the pathway is going to look like this. You're going to jump over onto the edge of this, and then jump over onto the edge of this, and then it'll loop around into a little alcove behind here that has like little hexagonal stones like this. So I'm going to show that off and then demonstrate the rest, because this is kind of the easier part, but it's still difficult because this whole area here, if you're too close, it will activate this cutscene, and you'll either have to reload, reset, or give up and just go and do the normal route. Okay. So first off, you're probably going to end up being ice or fire from the previous level. So switch over to electric, and then aim yourself over to the right and run off. Try to get off this corner here that's poking out. If not, It's not going to matter too much, but it does give you a lot more leniency. So you run over, try to actually like space out your double jump so you can actually jump off of a ledge slightly after you've run off of it if you're looking for a little bit more. I guess like whenever you spawn, it's like a 3 o'clock position that you can flick over to and then just kind of like sprint and then switch the camera as you're going. But yeah. See how like even though it looked like Spyro almost entered free fall, I was able to jump? That's kind of the thing that I was referring to. It's a common thing in many games, late jump. It just helps make platforming easier. But anyways, do that. You can do an air attack even, and that will send you further. And then land on this, double jump, and actually comet dash over to here, I think. Yeah, because I think... Right, yeah, that platform itself also will trigger the cutscene. So you can see why this is a very difficult and like top tier kind of strat. But it makes Dream one of the flashiest and coolest segments of the run, and also gives you a lot of bragging rights. So it's definitely worth learning, especially if you want to get a very good time. So anyways, jump, do this vortex. Vortex, you have to make sure that you kind of rub against the collision at the bottom there. And then you can actually kind of just fall off of that collision and still have a double jump. Now the thing is, Electric Vortex uses up a lot of magic, so you do have to be watchful of that. But you do kind of want to just maximize the distance you can get. You have several tools in order to do that. But, you know, if we're looking here, we can make this even without a Comet Dash. Do have to be tricky. I don't think... Gosh. Yeah, holding glide might actually... Huh. It might actually descend Vortex, like make you descend slower with Vortex. That just seems to be something I notice generally across Moose. Even if it doesn't, it's good to do that because then whenever you're like falling out of Vortex to make it here, you'll immediately enter glide, and that's always useful. However, you're really going to want to actually kind of just spam double jump off of these things. The reason this works is because Electric Vortex kind of fucks with Spyro's hitbox and the hitboxes of other things, and basically things that would be considered slippery slopes, when you land against them as Lightning Vortex, coming out of Lightning Vortex, like, it assumes that anything below Spyro is ground. Or, yeah, any collision, really, like, is ground. Maybe not enemies, but that's not important. It would maybe be something worth trying, though. Anyhow. Since you normally can't jump off of these, because you slide off of them as Lightning Vortex, and Lightning Vortex kind of stores that, like, until you pop out of Lightning Vortex. So I can actually, like, fall off of it, like, heavily, and then still be able to double jump. It's kind of just like an on-off switch of whether or not it considers the ground beneath, there to be ground beneath Spyro. It's either like you're airborne or you're not. So once it recognizes ground, it will treat it as though there is. So anyway, you get over to here, and then you make it, you don't have to worry about cutscene trigger over here. But then there's this giant gap that you have to cross. And things get tricky, unfortunately, once again. Because you have to use this ledge, and if you go, like, I think to where that point is, you can actually trigger this cutscene again. It goes pretty far, actually, it looks like. Maybe it's by the end of this. Yeah. Okay, so you don't actually have that much worry, except for perhaps whenever you're jumping outwards. Sorry that I keep having to reload. I'm just trying to show kind of the parameters here. If you're not interested in performing these skips, you can just kind of ignore this section and skip over to my white isle bit, but, you know, it's here for whoever wants it. You can even actually horn dive and then cancel this and still catch the diagonal there. And you can also use an air attack as well to get some distance here. But you do need to just be careful with using your glide to get into that little alcove on the second piece there. So then you can, like, charge across this, or even Comet Dash if you're particularly good and deadly and daring. So you're going to want to jump out over to here. And then, essentially what we're going to aim to do... Nice. I'm going to look at it from over here. Is we're going to be using this sort of hexagonal archway in the same manner with the vortex jumping to get enough height to jump over to the platform out there. Now this is going to be pretty strange because of the camera, and also because you can't really catch the top of it, so you actually have to kind of climb on the inside and then jump around onto the exterior. So the way this is going to work is you jump into here, and then you jump down and right. I think that would be like a 5 o'clock type of position, maybe 4:30 or whatever. Down right like this, then air attack, and fail. You want to actually glide more than you do vortex, because magic is going to be tight here, especially if you're like doing this with the most speed that you can. Yeah, here you go. So you want to come off the bottom of that and then hit in the corner, kind of like where the vertice is, and slip off outside and then jump around to the top. And then do the same thing. You can actually use Dragon Time to significantly cut the amount of magic you end up using, and also control your movement better if that's going to help you out. I like to air attack into this because sometimes the camera won't actually get stuck. But then in the event that it does, just be patient. Double jump. You have to wait and watch that Spyro actually hits the ledge. If you do an air attack, you actually run the risk of hitting the ledge before you're able to get a lightning vortex out. See, if you don't hit the ledge, you won't be able to do your jump, and then you'll have to readjust as it tries to shoot you off. Also, since you only get to use one vortex each time you're airborne, you have to be careful to make that count and not miss that, because if you miss that and then can't land on any of the slippery slopes, then you will not be able to use it again. And the thing with landing on the slippery slopes is that the game tries to push you off as quickly and rapidly as possible, and quite haphazardly at that. So it's very difficult to recover from that. You can use an air attack to kind of like ready yourself and space that out. But anyways, you want to, once you get onto the top of that, just kind of like aim your jumps over to the top right, like 2 o'clock position, and then switch over to fire to get a comet dash. You might be able to make that with the lightning vortex, since that slows your descent. After like maybe a second or less of use of lightning vortex, maybe a second and a half, you do want to stop using it and start gliding, because you end up, Spyro will actually, it kind of does a curve that's like this, where it's like woo woo woo, and then you kind of just start to taper off and go straight down. So really it should only be used to kind of like extend your glide as opposed to a replacement for it. So anyways, now you're over here. If you are just doing it the normal way, you can headbutt these guys to keep them from launching, and that will make them die faster. Alternatively, you can do this strat to skip this section. Yeah. So this is one of the most powerful techniques in the game. Besides, like, in terms of height gain, this outpaces, this surpasses every other choice that you have, unless, of course, you can use level geometry as Dark Spyro. But in terms of pure just height gain power, this is it. So, this technique is known as a lightning jump. And the way that it works is essentially it takes abuse of the combo system, the air combo system. So the way that you perform one of these is kind of tricky to understand in terms of the inputs. You want to launch one of them up, hit them, and then spawn an electric orb right after, because if you spawn an electric orb during, you have the chance of disengaging the combo. Spyro needs to be locked on to the enemy the entire time that this is going on. And Spyro will disengage with the enemy if he's not airborne. And like, it just helps in terms of timing. I think, actually, here, let me just check this out.
I've got to remember my training.
Okay. Oh, right, that's what it is. So the reason you want to time it to be after the attack is because if you time it to be before the attack, there's a chance that you will actually hit the enemy when it would get launched, and that will stop the enemy from actually getting launched. So you hit, and then you mash square, or you mash your breath up button so that you spawn and then instantly detonate an orb. You can't really delay that at all, because you will either knock away the thing or just fuck up the timing. Like, it's just cleanest in terms of timing, you know, like in terms of consistency and everything. So then you keep the enemy in the air with your melee attacks while you're waiting for that to detonate. And then, shit. Zapped here, nice. Probably crying in the lightning dream, like I do during my runs.
Try again.
The one that I'm showing right now is actually just a single lightning jump. So just try to get one of these. You'll see Spyro like still doing his air attacks as if there's an enemy there, but the enemy has launched into the sky. So after you finished your 4th hit there, you want to then go and use your horn dive attack, so the run key. R. That button. And so what this does is it does Spyro's horn dive finisher, where it knocks the enemy forward. The thing about that animation is that it requires Spyro to be where the enemy is at in order to connect, so that's how it's programmed. And the enemy is way up at the air. It just kind of brings Spyro to where the enemy is. So it will just, once you do that, it will force Spyro to just rise up. Spyro, rise up. You know, like gamers. Gamers rise up. To where the enemy is currently located, and with that timing, it will be at the top of its arc. And so once you end up finishing this, as you can see, I'm way higher than any double jump would give me. Now this is great, obviously, because there aren't really many ways to gain height in this game outside of the jumps. However, if you combine this with another one, you get so much more height. You get twice what you previously would. Okay, so this same technique is used on the other platform, so I don't technically have to like reset this. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and do this. Because this next one is more tight and actually like requires the full double thing. Alright. So for that, you want to, so after you've gone and spawned this, you want to, after the following hit, okay, let's restart this because it's difficult to keep up with while the thing is actually going on. There's like 10 fucking inputs to this dumb trick. Okay, so you knock them up, hit, spawn, double tap, fuck. I'm just going to voice the inputs that I'm doing. I'll start with just the single, and then I'll do the double. Alright. Strong hit, melee, and then, okay, melee, breath, melee. Fuck. It really doesn't make sense if it's out of sync, too.
Ready?
Dragon time, strong melee, jump, melee, breath, melee. Fuck. This is gonna be more difficult.
Okay, we can try.
Like I knew it would be difficult. But yeah. Dragon time, strong melee, melee, breath, melee, dragon time. Fuck, I forgot the follow-up melee. Oh, right, I was supposed to do just the singleton one.
Ready?
Okay, so strong melee, breath, melee, R1, or horn dive. And that's how you get the single. Now, the other thing is that after you get the singleton one, or a double one, so, fuck. There's also a chance that you won't actually slow down the dude. like, get the slowdown thing. And that can really fuck up your timing. Yeah, I'm just gonna die here. Because you need enemies to do this, obviously.
I'd better be a bit more careful.
God, I'm so sorry, Nala. Okay. Melee. So, while Spyro is rising, you can switch to Earth. And when the horn dive is happening, the same thing applies with how horn dive interacts with Supercharge, where it will make you go way further. This is actually multiplied when slow-mo because it's a different move and Spyro kind of rears up even more and there's more force behind it. So you kind of want to actually do a Comet Dash before you actually hit the enemy, and this will send you possibly rocketing. If you don't time it properly, then you will still get good distance from just the Comet Dash itself, and especially if you are doing a double lightning jump, you are able to cross the gap from the first tutorial section to the second one rather easily. Okay. I'm going to... Yeah, I am actually going to reset just to show the first jump being done in a few different manners. And then I'll try my best to explain the double lightning jump. Realistically, it's just an extent of the single lightning jump, but it's a lot more strict in timing and everything. Oh shit, I forgot to cancel that. I was thinking that glide would cancel it sooner, but it doesn't.
Let's do it.
Okay, jump. Lightning vortex, double jump. Switch to fire. Comet dash. Sprint, comet dash. Double jump, air attack. Double jump, air attack. Switch to lightning. Lightning vortex, double jump. Lightning vortex, double jump, air attack. Lightning vortex. Lightning vortex, double jump, or double jump, lightning vortex, dragon time, double jump, lightning vortex, double jump, switch to fire, comet dash. Alright, so then run forward. You want to aim for this corner here because that will get the enemies close to you and get you like further enough distance so that whenever you launch the enemies, they don't have a chance of hitting the archway that is above, just a little bit further behind on the platform. Okay, so you wait till one of these comes at you. Use that if you need. Okay. So it's possible he might actually eat up your distance. But yeah, you can make that. It's pretty tight, as you saw, but you can make that with a singleton one. You could try to aim for this to jump off of it, but usually that's going to require more distance, and really I only recommend it if your camera isn't doing too hot.
Let's keep trying.
I'm going to jump back down, actually, to continue demonstrating that. I'll try to do it without the double. Whoops.
Ready?
God damn it. Problem is, the enemies down there don't, I mistimed that one, by the way. you want to make sure to get a full strike like that. See, that's the archway I was talking about. But yeah, then you can switch and then try to use your lightning vortex and air attack. I might have been able to ledge grab if those guys weren't there. But as you can see, it is possible, but particularly hard.
All right, let's do it.
So realistically, double might be preferable. So to do the double, you do the same thing as you do with the single, but there's some extra inputs at the end. So strong hit, melee, double breath, melee, and then switch to dragon time and spawn another one. So after the enemy gets launched, you want to see that they got past you, hopefully, but you so that you don't end up hitting them on the way up. But essentially the way that the double lightning jump works is that while they're getting launched, the way that it happens is the enemy goes up and then they get flattened at the top of this curve and then come back down. The goal is to spawn and detonate another electric orb while they're still going up, or while they're kind of pausing around here before they get flattened, so that they then get launched a second time. So the way to do that is during the next melee hit that you're doing, just kind of duplicating the double breath spawn and instant detonate thing. But you also need a bit of dragon time so that you slow the ascent of the enemy. So let's see how that looks again. Alright, so, strong hit. Melee, double magic. Fuck. Okay. Strong hit, melee, double magic, and then you have to melee again immediately after. Fuck. Melee, double magic, melee, double magic, lightning, or dragon time. And then when your final melee finishes, horn dive. And that will get you up here. But then, while you're seeing that slow-mo, you have to do the switch to fire and then comet dash to get the full utility out of it. In fact, it's the only way possible to clear this gap with good timing, and hopefully, sometimes there is a sort of little weird thing where Spyro will not rise up to the enemy in the same time frame, or he will target a different enemy. It's kind of difficult to tell when that will happen, but my advice for that is to just wait to make sure that Spyro is actually coming up to strike the enemy, and then when you actually see him on screen, then you can go and do the thing, because otherwise it's possible that Spyro will still be down below and you will interrupt his rise by doing the comet dash. Alright, so let's try and get this. Okay, melee, double magic, get fucked by time. It's coming with me. In fact, you know what, yeah. It's really not helping me just screaming what the inputs are. So I'm going to try and quickly set up a webcam. Hopefully it doesn't lag out my stream like a motherfucker. Alright, be right back. Turn off my... Okay, just another moment here. TechNet. Oh, I guess I don't want to flip it that way then. Oh wow, it just kind of works that way. I guess I am twisting the camera a lot to make that happen. Huh. It's funny because it used to be that I didn't know how to flip the fucking camera. And so yeah. Okay. Anyways, here we go. Try to not... I always have the tendency to like move while I'm doing it. Does this look better without this light? No, probably not. Alright. Oh god. Yeah, this game also has a lot of sound cues, so I need that to be on pace, please. Okay. Let me just die and reset this.
All right, let's do it.
So I'm holding R here so I can run up to the first enemy here. There we go. Yeah, so that's what that trick looks like. I know perhaps in terms of like visual or timing that might have been weird. There are a lot of tricks with this game that kind of involve the combination of like melee and then magic, so you need to kind of, you know, claw and do that, or like you switch over with your index fingers on the element stuff. So that's pretty critical to be able to learn and do. It's a lot of like just little inputs that need to come together. If you do get the non-slow-mo thing, you can react to it like that. Whoa. See, that's what I meant about being launched there. See, in the past, I had a lot of lag happen. Oh. Well, this is weird. I'll just die and hope that that works. Resetting it.
I better be
Okay.
more careful.
Hmm. Normally they don't respawn. Yeah, you can really fuck up, like, Lightning Dream, in terms of, like, its, triggers because of this. Anyways, I might as well keep controller cam for, like, the rest of... Oh, hey, yeah, even though they're stationary enemies, you can do that. Oh, also, I don't have Dark Spyro, but just so that, like, I might as well keep this, controller cam for the rest of the thing. I'm going to do a run that has the controller cam, so that you can kind of understand that as well. Like, just to... Because I honestly thought that usually what would happen is my capture card just fucking shits itself whenever I have both of these things running. Anyway, so yeah, inputs again. It's like you do this and then da da da. I'm trying to think if there's a way I can actually demonstrate the timing without having an enemy there. But the overall process, to just break it down slowly again, is do a strong hit, jump up, then do a melee hit, and as soon as it connects, or while it's connecting, hit this twice so that you spawn and detonate an orb. While that orb is detonating, make sure to keep your melee going. So you can honestly just mash this and that'll be fine. And then you hear the explosion. Once the explosion, slightly after the explosion is over, hit dragon time and spawn one of these orbs. Or you can think of it as like spawn the orb and like basically halfway through the explosion or more, or like sooner, you want to use dragon time so that the explosion connects properly. Or like you can also think of it as like halfway through the enemy rising. Like realistically, with the timing and like range that the electric orb has at full upgrade, you can actually just hit the enemy with like a tiny bit of like maybe a second or less of dragon time, but realistically you want to give yourself more leeway there. So like, you know, probably halfway through the startup sound, like whoop, like when it goes to whoop, whoop. It's kind of hard to describe here. I could like, yeah, it should sound something like that. Or you can do like, so either or, realistically, is kind of what I tend to think about. It just makes the most sense to me. You can kind of toy around with it to try and get your own understanding, but nonetheless, hopefully that's helpful and great to see for you. And then after you hit that, then you do make sure there's one more melee attack, and then you hit R, or whatever your horn dive button is, and then when you see that you're flying up, hit to up to switch to fire, and then do the thing. It's very important to note that the switch to fire thing, so that you can do the comet dash, is not possible unless you do that first skip I showed you in the tutorial, where you skip the trigger that restricts you specifically to the electric breath. This gap can be made without the comet dash, but it's incredibly hard and rare. Like, you only barely can catch like this piece, like as you're using the last bit of your vortex to just slow your descent, or with your air attack. Oh yeah, also just as like a look of what like using the comet dash and then like air attack, what that looks like. Oh yeah, this game is insanely difficult, Annie. That's kind of actually part of what inspired me to speedrun it, oddly enough. There's been a couple people in and out here. And I welcome and thank you for coming. I am kind of doing like a speedrun tutorial type thing, which does require a fair bit of my attention and speech. But if that interests you, I mean, you're welcome to stay. I just might not be able to help in regards to chatting all too much. I will try my best, though. Okay, so anyways, just as a demonstration of, like... Yeah, so that's kind of how I tend to do the charge into like air attack thing to get good distance there. The other one that you can do, of course, is with the actual like lightning vortex. Whoops. Okay. I didn't Oh yeah, you're very welcome. I know there's not too much support for this game, so I'm always glad to be one of the front runners, I guess, or something like that. So anyways, yeah. I'm just kind of demonstrating some like movement capabilities in this game that a lot of people aren't aware of. Stuff that's largely useful for going fast. Speaking of which, there is a little trick that you can do here. Actually, there's two of them. One of them involves hitting this slow-mo platform early. And so what you can do is just kind of like jump out here, and then while that's coming up, just kind of like float into it. I tend to prefer just using Dragon Time the entire time while it's coming up, because normally you have to jump to another platform to get to it. Heck, it's been a while since I've done this. Did that hit? Okay. Oh my god, it got stuck on the edge. There we go. So that's something you can do. Alternatively, though, there is an even tighter trick that you can do. So, just so that you're caught up, Annie, I did a sort of glitch to get past the cutscene where Spyro like learns his ability, and I'm on like a New Game Plus file, so I already have electricity. But by doing that, I'm able to have access to all of the other elements. And so what that can allow me to do is I can bring this platform up, wait for it, then jump over, be careful to land on the edge of this so that I'm not sliding off from this object here, then kind of press up to aim myself towards this spike platform, and do the thing I had talked about earlier where you can jump slightly after running off of a platform and do an air attack. Dude, I feel you entirely in terms of like this trilogy is one of the things that like it has so much like heart and attempt to it, even though like they didn't have like the most resources or anything behind it, and they really made some eye-popping stuff. It just like didn't really get to shine and have the polish and like completion that it really needed. So like they're definitely like, as far as like games that could use remakes go, I think these are some of the top contenders. And I mean, ever since Reignited Trilogy got released, it's a little bit, you know, wishful thinking and like whimsical, but seeing these kind of like brought to attention would be amazing in that regard. I actually only just finished Dawn of the Dragon with my friend. This is a game, like, it's been part of my life for a long time, but I've periodically just been like speedrunning it for fun. And like, it's just opened my mind to a lot of stuff in regards to like game design and like potential in this series. So, anyways, as I was saying, kind of aim off of this corner. And you can either end up like, I didn't even do an air attack there, as you saw, but you can end up like getting on top of this without having to do any of the other, oops, Oh! The save. Oh, I guess I need to hit that one, right? Oh, whatever. Oh, wait. Dude, I really accidentally hit the thing. I wouldn't be surprised as far as, like, petitions. Like, the community that this game has is quite dedicated in, like, ways that I can't... I mean, I do understand, but it's... Like, when you just, like, look at this game from a surface level, you know, there's a lot of flaws and whatever, but it has a lot of good things and concepts going for it, you know, it's world building, it's intermixing of fighting and platforming, you know, just spruce it up a bit and it'd be just immaculate. Sparks has plenty of good one-liners and everything. Cinder is probably easily my favorite part of the game because, like, it really, like, encapsulates, I think, everything that's this series is about, because it tries to really do darker themes with her, especially in this game, I feel like. And, like, have her, like, kind of act as this inverse to Spyro and be able to sort of explore the impact that her kind of upbringing can have on her life. And then, you know, obviously all the, like, immense, like, you know, epic type, World of Dread kind of stuff, and, like, just big implication power stuff with the elders, and obviously the free form of flying around with stuff. That's all wonderful in its own right. It's just that people kind of... It's just hard because it's mixed in with, you know, a lot of repetitive gameplay and stuff that people don't end up taking too kindly to, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, you tend to, like, kind of land on, like, the lip here where it's curved, and that's why the air attack is nice, because it actually pushes you forward. But yeah, anyways, you can either just light up all those platforms and wait, or land on that platform that rises up early, or you can do that trick. And then you can also then just skip over to this. And then this is just another lightning jump trick, which I don't think Annie has seen yet, so that should be interesting. So run over to this corner, use Dragon Time so that they are slowed down. Now, there is a chance... See, so that was a scenario where another enemy walked into my attack. So Spyro wanted to target the enemy below, since that was the last enemy hit, rather than the one that was actually launched the highest. So I waited until I saw Spyro get further up on the screen, because otherwise he can get, like, stuck on the second enemy there. And there is also a chance whenever one of the sword guys, the soldiers, like, does one of their sword attacks, like the overhead ones, there's a chance that they won't get launched when you do your strong melee attack, so just be wary of that as well. Whoops. And then you might have to curve over here. Just kind of aim yourself towards, like, where this little area is. I'm gonna demonstrate that again. These guys. That's just why you want to be, like... See, like, just be facing here while you're setting this up. You can curve Spyro around if you need to. There you go. See, you can even, like, get a little bit of a launch, again, based on how you time your horn dive with the Comet Dash. Of course, on the first try, I didn't have the luxury of doing that because of the difference in timing. But yeah. Alternatively, you can always just get the Fury down there, and then come over here. But there you go. Anyways, that's that level. Well, thank you for saying so. I'm a big fan of some of the strange movement tech that is in this game, because it just opens up so much, like, in the way of glitches and skips, and just, like, it just adds so much more depth to the platforming that really, like, just makes it feel like a more complete package. Alright. So, White Isle. This level. So this is, kind of where a lot of the time sink ends up going in speedruns, because there is a check at the end of this level to have completed 4 elemental trial sections. You can kind of think of them in the same way as like the medallion trials, or whatever you call them, in Ocarina of Time, where they have like levels themed off of each of the elements that you have learned before you can go and meet the chronicler, who's the guy who, yeah, and he has all the books and the flying stuff and everything. But unfortunately, there isn't actually a way to skip those, and that's because there's like 6 different layers of checks, whereas normally in the game, it's kind of just like, if you get to this area, the cutscene trigger is there. No such thing exists for Chronicler's Room, or for the boss that you fight to enter there. So we have to kind of go and do those levels. But it's okay, because we get to see more of the tech that is exclusive to, like, Spyro without Dark Spyro. Okay. So getting there is actually relatively simple. There are a couple other ways you can do it, but they aren't really worth it, so I'm not going to cover them in this tutorial. Just head over here to the right, get over to like this ledge, and then what you're going to do is kind of go around this tunnel. So just as a quick like demonstration for Annie, because this is one of the most game-breaking and like biggest glitches in well, there's a lot of game-breaking glitches in Spyro games, but especially for the Legend of Spyro games, like this thing single-handedly got me into interest in routing and speedrunning this game. So there's an oversight where, because you can use Ice Tail multiple times, if you in the air, if you switch over to Dark Spyro off of ice, you're able to use it an unlimited number of times in the air, unlike if I did it with any other element. So that allows for things like this. So you can go around this tunnel, and then you want to curve back to the left where you see this kind of like broken rock wall. Land here. The level's kind of going to deload, don't worry about it. Jump out and to the right, because there's an invisible wall right there. See? Or like, it's this little thing that catches your movement that I don't really understand, but it's there. And then just kind of glide for a bit, and then charge out here. And you're going to see that kind of like little ringlet of lights out there. You're going to go over and aim for that. Because what this is actually the room where you come to the end of a trial. And it's still active. It's just beneath the surface of the main room. So you come over here, land on it, and it's still functional. So what this is going to do is not only warp us into the trials room. You can't really tell because stuff isn't loaded, but we actually just completed the electric trial at the same time. For whatever reason, that's just the default one that it does. So that just like cuts out so much bullshit that you would have to do otherwise. Now you do still have to do several other trials. We're gonna just start with, since I used up a lot of magic, I'm going to go into the ice one, because there is a crystal at the beginning there that we can use to fill up our magic. So because of that whole like ice with Dark Spyro thing, you can end up again use the Comet Dash, and then you can change your angle actually with the supercharge there, and then just hit that. Now again, these levels do not permit Dark Spyro in them. You can actually reach these levels out of bounds, but it takes a long time, and the benefits of Dark Spyro are actually not nearly worth it for these, because they're a lot more claustrophobic with their collision. So anyways, if you need, grab magic there, then just kind of like, as you double jump, put out one of those and you will make it. Use air attacks if you need to make it to the next platform. And then for these guys, just because you have the fully upgraded shit, you can spam that. And then come back over here if you need more. You can also stand near it to like hit it as you're hitting the closer guy. Okay, he's dead. Yeah. It's another thing. Health bars and stuff extend very low. Oh, if you were wondering since you were wondering why my health and stuff was so high, that is because of collecting these, which are relics. They increase the maximum length of both your magic and your health bar. There is a cheat to get them all, I think. Like if you're just looking to pick up the game for running, for New Game Plus anyway, then you can utilize that. Otherwise, there are some guides out there to demonstrate where they all are, that I will probably just like put into a description or something here. Alright, so then you wait for this guy to be here. You want to be over here. I wasn't, but whatever. He attacks. Just kind of like wail away with some melee. Like you can like do like your melee combo, launch him up, and then when he's launched, just kind of hit him with ice balls from below. Or you can sort of like start a ground attack, do the first 3 hits, then jump and hit him, like just do a low air attack and then do the ice balls. Like it's not that important how you do this. Anyways, then line up a hit and try to pivot to turn away. Alright, so this lake is annoying, and if you die here, you're gonna have to fight all these things. There's, thankfully, a tight little ledge here where these rocks are that you can land into and then curve around, and that will save you from having to do the whole puzzle. And then another thing is right here where these rocks are, these first 2 in this line of 3, you can line up here. Oops. Oh shoot, you might have to get rid of one of these guys. Or just pivot over into this, How am I playing this on PS3? Oh, yeah, I have an early model PS3. This is a backwards compatible one. Yeah. I actually just kind of had PS2 forever, and then picked this up initially for speedrunning, but like the fact that it's backwards compatible just kind of makes it my favorite console now over PS2 now. But it has to be this one specifically, because it just like it adds so much. Anyways. It's possible that one of these crystal guys aggroes you, and they might fuck up your ability to aim here, but actually, oh, that's right, you have to stand kind of like in the middle here, and it will like kind of go over there, and then you can hit it from there. So that's how you line that up. Otherwise, just fall down onto the book there and hit it normally, which if you're curious in terms of the timing of that, I wait for when it's like just passing over it. And then you'll have to wait through the cutscene, though, to jump back over here, but you get the idea. Anyways, then just kinda double jump, and you can cancel a double jump by doing an air attack, so that will save you from having to wait to land, because ground movement is generally faster, and you're not going to be able to get to the next book from this one. So yeah, you're better off. If you do fall down here, wait, could you, like... Or you could jump off this little thing, I bet. Yeah. I don't know. There's some backups there, potentially, if you really need them. Or you can even... Another glitch that exists in this game, which I demonstrated earlier. This actually exists in New Beginning as well, because they functionally operate the same way. Is enter the strafe mode while there's an enemy around. Do one of these empty jumps where you're like not doing like a direction. Because if you do a direction, you know, you get one of these little moves or whatever. And then like do one of the directional moves. And these actually expect you to be grounded in order to use them. So if you exit... See, if I'm holding this button down here, I'm not really able to do a jump. I can do more of these, but I keep falling faster, right? So what you need to do is actually lock on, jump, do one of those, and then release and do your double jump. You have to do it quickly because the window is rather short. Alright. Anyways, run over here. Once you get around here, do dragon time, and then just double jump and like get out your ground pound as soon as you can. Alright. So for this guy, we're gonna cheese him. Gonna try and lure him over to this crystal, because, strangely enough, the ice ball attack actually does like some slight melee things or something. So it's actually going to be able to hit both him and the ice and the crystal next to me, so that I get magic back while I'm hitting him. And I'm also going to give myself a seizure in the process. It's possible that he might back away. If he does, you can chase after him and then just hit this crystal and then hit him again. Or try to bait him close. You do have to be careful, because if you stand on the very edge here, he'll actually just kind of laugh at you because he's expecting you to fall. That can be useful, potentially, but I don't know. What else can be useful is that if he does end up sort of staying out of the way, and like you end up running out of the crystal, oh no, I have to wait for it to regen, right? You can actually hit it with the ice ball, and it will spawn again. For whatever reason, it just like still keeps track of that, and so you can literally just fucking revive at least magic crystals. Oh, there isn't a health crystal around here. I don't believe it... I don't remember if it works with those. Anyways, do that. Up here. The other thing that's nice about ice is that once you get out here, you can just switch to Dark Spyro, like mid-cutscene or whatever, and then just kind of jump over and climb over that. I have to admit, there are some particularly well-hidden relics, by the way. Like, they tend to be like in alcoves that you don't have to go into, or like hidden inside. Like certain switches and stuff that you wouldn't normally go after. Hold on a second. Alright, we're all good. So when you enter this, you can kinda hold run and then do this. This ledge will actually catch you. So when that happens, you can either keep running to fall off, or jump off and do one of these. Just hit this cutscene. Then comet dash forward to get some chip, and then into them, and then you can, like, do flame and, some little melee things, because the flame does a lot of burst damage with the little, like, arches that auto-lock onto it. So then here, kind of get yourself, well, anywhere around them and just kind of flash both of them, and you will save yourself from having to do a cutscene there. Alright, so then you can get across this gap, go over this guy with your hitboxes, and then fuck these guys up with flame. You can also intermix some... Oh, you want to mash because that's going to put out your initial hitbox, which is stronger, and it's also going to... it's going to drain your magic less quickly. Obviously, you don't have to do these for casual play. This is just for, like, cheesing stuff for speedrunning purposes, by the way. Alright, so then you can comet dash up here, jump up here. Now for this, you're going to want to kind of aim yourself over to the left and get, like, a bunch of distance. Kind of aim for, like, landing on top of this candle. This, like... There's, like... you could call it, like, a semicircle around the doorway. That, like, if this is the doorway or whatever, like, and, like, say that, like, the ledge extends out to here, the cutscene actually only goes, like, around like this. So there's, like, a fair bit of possibility to actually, and it's a pretty difficult... hit the tiny bit there. I was gonna say that you can use that guy to get those. I think this is actually probably my favorite level for casual play. Like I said, I think the theming and, like, requiring, like the intermixing of combat and platforming and, like, each element having their own, like, individual and unique utilities is something I like. I mean, like, the candles room in here, you have the electric orbs that you have to light up. Then you have the, like, pond to cross in ice. Like, this level just offers a lot of variety and, like, demonstrates, like, the intermixing of those elements. Like, both literally the, like... Oh, shit. The magical elements and the, like, types of gameplay. Shit. Okay. I think we're good. I've gone back and forth on it before. I feel like one of the pirate levels might have been a favorite at a time. Or temple. I mean, there aren't terribly many to pick from. I like Grove visually, I think. It's kind of why I have it as my background. But I don't like a lot of the, like, the strafe fighting. Like, the more I think about it, it tends to be this level. Yeah, anyways, you're going to... It's harder for me to justify the other ones. The pirate fleet, like the airship one, I used to hate, but it tends to be, like, smaller gauntlet type stuff. Which I think I like more over... Like, Falmouth Arena's pretty alright, but the bosses, some of them are kind of BS. Especially Ravage Rider. So that kind of sours my thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I really hate where the pirate levels sit in terms of like a storytelling perspective, because it just kind of throws it at you like, oops, Spyro got kidnapped. And they are kind of a slog. But I don't know. I'd have to go back and sort of think about it more. Like, I feel like with a lot of the levels, it's harder to determine what my opinion of them is. Like, Mountain Fortress is really awesome, except that it is largely just capped by a couple of really tough fights, and those are also bullshit. Especially that big ship where you... Yeah, that's probably my least favorite when I think about it. So many random things that you don't really have to do. It just feels so pointless, and it's also hard. Especially, like that, like you said, that big ship where there's that giant fight, and then you also have to fight, like the pirate captain. And he can just kind of stun lock you and get you into the lava to bounce you back. Or I guess it's fire, but whatever. Okay. Oh yeah, it is kind of hard to see stuff. I mean, I tend to think this is one of the best looking games on PS2. But anyways, I am kind of getting distracted. Alright, so anyways, you cut over this left side of the door because it tends to be, like, tighter over there. I did not get it this time. Oh, wait, actually, it might be more height-oriented. I don't know. This is something that I've always struggled with, but you can skip this, is all you need to know. Anyway, speaking of skipping stuff, you can ignore a good bit of this puzzle pretty easily. You don't have to do an air attack. I just like to land... Okay, I guess you don't have to light those, but you can. So you can double jump over top right, like 2 o'clock position, like I was mentioning earlier, and then light these, and then these are just like either single them and or double jump them. Okay. Anyways, you would normally... Oh, I'm gonna get... Oh, wait! That's in the game? Oh shit. See, because usually you just kind of get comboed to death there. That's so weird. Anyways, land on one of these. You can light this if you need. You do need to light this one. And then come up over here, either ledge grab or spin, and then you are going to hit these guys. Try to stagger so that they both stay stunned and don't hit you. Because they can get you stun locked. I remember at one point I somehow skipped this barrier, but I've not been able to replicate it. Alright, Comet Dash past these fools. Once you get over in here, activate your Dragon Time. You can, like... Fuck. Now this guy... So the reason you want to get this guy early is because his pattern becomes erratic. He, like, tries to respond to where you're going, but you can guarantee a hit on him if you... Like, run... You can either run up to him or, like, Comet Dash. I like to Comet Dash because I will hit him and know that I'm near him, but you do have to then, as you saw, you can't just jump and hit him. You kind of have to adjust yourself to be over top of this button crab. So I try to, like, flash Dragon Time and gauge where he's going. Once you strike down, you can also, like, get out of Dragon Time if the crab, if it's too far away from you, or if it's just really, or if you're just really close to the ground and you don't have to worry about the timing of it too much. Anyways, typically you would make it here, and this is like in the midst of going up, so you would like hit that and then get in there. Alright. This guy, we're gonna do this weird tactic on that I tend to think of as like a surprise attack thing. I don't really think it exists for other attacks, or at least I don't really know how you would get it with other attacks, but essentially, if you hit him from a far distance with Comet Dash, hit any enemy actually, your damage is actually going to be like doubled, because they kind of get in this like surprised or stunned state and they get like more damage. You're going to want to try and aim your Comet Dash more towards the center of his body so that you don't just like fly off in another direction or just like sort of miss out, because then you kind of have to set it up again and you end up being very disoriented and having to realign yourself. So the way I tend to do it is after the crystal, and you can also use Dragon Time to help ease you into this. And then if he has a little bit extra, you can just use magic or like Flame Breath or something else to do that. Alright. So that's the last dream level we're actually going to have to do. Now, you used to have to do Earth, but as it turns out, the definition of 4 trials complete is actually a little looser than it seems. So once this happens, you're going to wait for this to save, and then go to main menu. So like pause, double up, choose, left, choose. And then just X and X if you have it as your first file. Or A, or whatever the hell it is for you. So the reason for doing that is whenever you load in a game, how autosave works is it just kind of preserves a particular point in the game. It doesn't save everything that you have interacted with. It actually presets the like cutscene triggers and flags to make sense to where you are. Well, it kind of just puts you at the one checkpoint with like a couple flags are kept after, but it doesn't really care about the ones from before entirely. And either it has to do with that lightning wasn't properly completed, or that well, it's not that, because you can only do this trick to cover for one additional trial, as opposed to just doing this trick 4 times. So I think it has something to do with it. It only keeps track of the last 2 trials that you did. So electricity, even though that was completed or whatever, you know. And the definition, like for 4 trials, is actually not like each one individually, apparently. This is something I still don't entirely know the inner workings of. There's a lot of things that I can only kind of, you know, base off of conjecture or theorize about it, because I don't know the code or anything like that. But that's how it seems to me anyway, some form of those. So anyways, the way you're going to want to do this, make sure you have ice equipped. If you did the ice trial, then that's going to be the case. But then jump back into this alcove. It has to be this one, because this one over here is the collision on this side is different. It won't really let you get out of bounds in the same way that this the one on the other side is, because there's like just a little patch in the top that exists on the other side and not really this side. So get in here, switch to Dark Spyro, and instead of like pressing up against this, which, well, actually you can do that, like if you just want to do like basic charges, but if you want to do the supercharge, you want to actually go neutral, because if you're going into this, it's actually going to like catch the horn dive before you're able to do it. and you're going to be stopped like by the wall. So you want to do it more like that. So once you pop over the edge here, turn around and you'll actually be able to fall into this side of the doorway. Once that happens, you're going to want to come back like towards the camera, like where the door closed behind you is, and just kind of fall off the edge and turn and then dash over to here. Again, kind of aim yourself in the middle of that light, and then this will bring you up again. So normally that platform disappears, but because I reloaded, it actually just resets all of the previous cutscene triggers. Normally it's also reset whenever you like get through a trial, that's why it like has to load or whatever. Like even like the very beginning of the level actually has its cutscene trigger activated, which just for the sake of proof I might as well show. Just since people are going to be interested in that. There's a big wall out there because the door like has to be able to open and stuff. This jump's a little difficult. Okay, you know what? I probably don't need that much height. But yeah, just to demonstrate like how cutscene triggers work. Shit, where am I? Oh, I think I want to actually like go off the top of this a little bit. Yeah, because now I can like land in here, I think. Oh, okay, I know where I'm at. Sorry, it has been a while since I've done this, so it's a little tricky. Oh jeez, I hate getting in here. Oh, okay, I see where I'm at. Yeah, so I'm kind of just doing the inverse of the trick from earlier with extra steps. Unless I die here, which looks possible. Oh, shit. What? That's not solid. That's a shame.
It's okay.
Oh, okay.
We can try again.
Yeah, it's okay. We can try again. It's like progressively loading more of the level. Right, so I actually want to keep this height. Sorry that this is a little lengthy of a thing. I just think it's very interesting and curious. And entertaining. Alright, here we go. Right? It's around here somewhere. Yep.
Goodbye, freaking little turtle monster. Goodbye, goodbye. Thanks for everything.
Now I have to quit out so that it doesn't actually save over that, but you can actually sort of reset where you're at in the level with that, because then it will auto-save to that point. So, anyways, that's dope. I would also recommend, by the way, checking out Dawn of the Dragon Runs. That game is also particularly broken. Oh, will it not? Oh, interesting. Didn't actually... It, like, reconsidered and was like, nah, you're not going in to fight not Cinder. You can actually get into the Chronicler's room as well, but it's, unfortunately not going to let you get away with anything. For speedrunning purposes, anyway. Alright. Anyways, go into here, and there's two strats you can do. So you want to fall off and die to get one of two elements. Now, typically you want Earth, where you can just kind of run up and do this, right? And that's always preferable. Or you can have Electric, where you can just mash, which causes Spyro to do this little rise, which gets a little bit of extra damage. Once you fall out of Dragon Time, though, you want to stop doing that, because then it drains too much of your magic. But yeah, let's take a look at... Unfortunately, this is RNG. It's basically a 1 in 4. So you kind of just want to dash off, die, and hope. This can lose you a significant amount of time, unfortunately. You could do this also to, like, keep him stunned and make this more, like, like you're not going to get interrupted by one of her attacks. Alright. And with that, you have the trials done. I neglected to mention it, but you want to... It's the Dragon Time button to skip buttons, or skip cutscenes. Okay, now Mountain Fortress is probably the other hardest level. There's 3 hardest levels. In the run, there are a couple different techniques, ways that you can go about it. I'm gonna show the simpler ones first, I think. So basically all of them are going to involve you going out here to the right side of the castle, sort of between the main door and like one of these two pillars, like outposts, I guess you could call them. So you can actually just kind of start from the main platform there and get on over. And then you can just kind of curve around here. And curve back in. And that will get you inside here. I did just unfortunately get an autosave. Now, if you do end up doing one of the strats that gets over here, you can just kind of climb this. There's a cool strat you can do where you jump off of one of these in Dragon Time to skip this. It's kind of difficult, though, and also a bit luck-based. But it is worth, like, trying to go for. It might explode, but you might still be able to jump. See, again, it's weird. But then you can, like, get out here, and then you can either, like, fly out over this way, and do some shenanigans out of bounds over here that are very lengthy and stupid, and so I'm not really going to show those. You probably want to do something to skip the fight in here. But just so that people are aware, essentially what you would do you have to be at like the very apex of this thing. Okay. And you can land along the top of this. Be careful to get in there because that will trigger a cutscene. Then you can fly in here and you can... Well, you can at least use this to break them. And then you can very slowly and carefully gain height on this if you mash, which is why I don't really think anyone wants to do that. So I'm not going to do that either. Another thing you could do is use that height to like get out this way. This whole level, since it's more of a vertical level, sort of has more to do with gaining height. And you can get out about... Wait, what would this actually... Oh yeah, and then you can like go out. Does this actually give you enough height? I'm not sure. So you would head towards this health crystal and die. Okay. Anyways, you at least know that there's ways to get out of bounds back there. Shoot. Yeah, demonstrating this becomes a little difficult because I'm kind of forgetting what some of the older strats were. And also, the autosave thing's kind of fucked up, but like the way a lot of these can interconnect is also fucked up. Alright. So I'm going to have to get out of bounds to get to the beginning of this level again. Okay. So yeah, jump up here. So essentially the best way to go about this level is find some way to get out to here, and then land to give yourself boost again, or just turn around and keep going if it would take too much extra effort, like if you would have to fall down here, and start charging against this mountainside. This will slowly gain you height. Try to be away from this last little piece of wall, this last like fourth, and then pop out of bounds here. Now you're going to want to curve around, just hard curve around, and there's another invisible wall on the outside of this level from when you got out of bounds. So then you just curve around and hit this, and then use that to get you distance. Once you pop out of the top, which I might have done already. Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't. Whatever. You want to turn back to the front of the level. I'm actually a little confused as to where I am now. Okay. So yeah, if you turn back towards where the front of the level is, you should see the kind of like foggy green sea appear. Again, that means you're on the right track. When that starts happening, you can actually curve right. And then you will see like the half-loaded fortress here. Now I went a little too far, so I might not actually get this. But then you would aim between these two peaks. Over here and here. Like this one and this one. And if you did this right, or if I did this right, you'll start to see snow and actually end up on the edge over here without having to even fight the boss. Now, normally, okay. Now, normally, you would think that this could be accessed at any point, but there's actually a giant death barrier that you can't get enough height to climb over. And realistically, you can just kind of try and go towards it at the start of the level, but again, that death barrier will be there, and you can't really get over it. There's also a giant invisible wall that is behind that death barrier. So what you have to do is actually go to this like back half part of the level, and then go towards the front and kind of loop around like that. And the reason that's important is because it loads different parts of the level in like different sectors. So like the collision is there, but like the visuals and the death triggers and all that isn't there. So this whole like convoluted setup is purely to get around that, because otherwise you would have to go and do that big fight on the platform and do that boss and all that stuff. Now I'm going to show a couple other critical knowledge piece things here. Since this tends to curve like up like this, you kind of want to aim more leftwards, since that's where you're going to go anyway. Then probably try to go just up and forward. So once you see Spyro just kind of moving straight forward, untethered, then just kind of flick yourself back around. It will be left in terms of Spyro's orientation. Now I'm just going to keep going forward and hit the trigger back over here. You can see how much height that gives you as well, because this is the starting point in the level, and everything else just kind of goes downwards from there for the most part. So yeah. Alright, there we go. Now we got this. Let me just make sure. I might just be able to demonstrate it from here. If you're just trying to go over from this, you would fly over this way, because this is where the peaks are. It's like behind here, typically, in the level. You're gonna hit that death barrier. You also don't really have enough height. However, you can charge against this and then land on top of it. And then also even get like some height, I think behind here. There's some that you can get on the back side of this mountain. Now I have a significant bit more height here, but again, death barrier. These pieces of height are helpful, however, for another variant of the trick. So you jump off of the branch and you go out here. Same sort of stuff as usual. But this time we're going to actually try and clip back into bounds using the tunnel where the TNT is rolled. So you look for this, and you kind of go a little left, but not too far left, because you could end up soft locking yourself in this archway. And then kind of get around here. Now normally I see like a green crystal. Yeah. So you have to go a fair bit left. Okay, and then you get some visual. And apparently I kind of just clipped out. But yeah, then you can actually... Yeah, depending on how the level loads, you might just kind of get lucky and that will happen. But typically what ends up happening is I aim to get between this green crystal and where I perceive this to be, kind of hang out in this alcove and wait for stuff to load, and then you can press against this wall from out of bounds to curve up out and over here. And you don't have to land here, then you can like go over and just like climb the mountain, or you can come down here to land and then climb the mountain. Which is the current strat. So anyways, I'm gonna do this once more here. Actually, I'm going to show one other trick for out of bounds. If you don't want to do this convoluted thing where you climb around the whole level. This was the level that's probably the hardest to pick up besides Filmouth Arena. Like, that you have to learn something of. Alright, so the other thing you can do is just kinda, after you go... Let me think of how I used to do this. Yeah, so after I would, like, get over here, I would, like, put one of these crystals, like, into the right corner of my screen and head over to the left here. Why no rat? Because I felt like doing Eternal Night. That's really the answer. Oh, wait. What the heck? Okay, I didn't mean to come all the way over here. You normally don't have this much height. It'll probably be more aligned with how much height you normally have here in a second. Oh. Well. That's troubling. Okay. Yeah. So you would aim into this corner, and this is like where the... So yeah, see how you kind of just cut across the side of this mountain here? I want to do rat, but my PC is crap. And someone was actually asking for help with this game, so that's why I'm doing that. Ender, I hope the day's been good to you, though. It's very easy to kind of get lost doing that. That's another thing that you kind of have to have a good sense of space for. But then you can just die in there, and it will put you over here. Even if you kind of just scrape by this. You can also sort of practice out-of-bounds stuff climbing off of this structure. This was actually the first game I speedran, by the way, Ender. This is the game that got me into speedrunning. Or at least speedrunning myself. Alright, so I need to be like back a bit further so that I can properly show what the path would be like. Alright, so you're coming up here. And I kinda like just have that that crystal pass me around the like 5 o'clock position, so it's like down right a little bit. I'm not sure what I'm climbing off of. But yeah, just that general direction, and then you can die. You can also do it by falling into here, if it will let me. There you go. So there you go. Alright. So that's an alternative way to get out to this area. But realistically, you should always be aiming to skip this whole boss fight shenanigan BS. It's really just going to be better for you in the long run. Alright. So let's get over to that boss. The other thing with this skip is that it's quite possible to end up hitting the boss trigger. If that happens, don't worry about it too much. It's actually probably safer for your run overall because you do get an autosave point. So it means you can fuck up the next out of bounds and not have to do the whole level again. Okay, so spin. Then climb the outside invisible layer of the mountain. Like a donut, almost. Wait till you see Spyro stop climbing and pop out at the top. Head over back left. Go steady, straight. Like my dates. XD. And then start curving. And then you're gonna see this kind of load a bit. If it hasn't loaded entirely, you can kind of pop back out. And then head kind of lean more a little right, because if you go left and hit the you can fall. Basically, just be wary of where that laser is, and you will avoid the thing. And then this platform will always load in place when this sector comes into like existence, as far as the game is concerned. Yeah, if you don't, it's possible that when you hit the trigger down there, that the boss doesn't pop in quite yet because the rest of the level is loading. Just give it a second, and then the boss should show up. If it doesn't, since you got the autosave, you can just quit out and load back in. Anyways, now just ride this up. Use Dragon Time and your other movement capabilities if you need to. Now you can just ride up this final one if you want, but there is a trick to skip it. Once the bottom of this hits that, or no, it hits this one, I think. Okay, that was a little early. Yeah, I'm gonna go back for demonstrational purposes. Yeah, even with the brightness up, this kind of sucks. Okay. Oh shit! I fell. Why? Ah! I'm just gonna land out over here. Okay, cool. Yeah, this trick is also particularly hard. So I don't really recommend it for beginners, but it is important to cover it. I tend to try to get a little bit of extra height off of the spike in the corner here. As you saw, you can fall off, though. So you kind of want to get near whenever it's going to drop down. When you see the ledge, like, in sight like that, just jump off. And then you want to kind of, like, hover here and wait for this ledge. And then as soon as it becomes available, start jumping towards it. And then... yeah. So if I was a little bit better with my timing, I could have gotten over this ledge. But that's essentially how that looks. And how that works. Otherwise, you can just land back on that. Okay, now here you actually have a magic refill, which you might need because there's a lot of turning with this next out of bounds. Alright, so normally you have to go in and do this big, dumb fight. But instead, what you're going to do is... I didn't mention this earlier, but some of these items that I have you jump off of, it's fairly obvious which ones are kind of breakable. So don't, like, spam them with attacks or run into them accidentally too many times. The only other really noteworthy one is the pirate chests that you use to get over the back of the ship in the Falmouth Arena, but you can just charge at the back of that ship to... that's the one where you scooch over and then slip down into the hole in the ceiling to fight the pirate captain dude. Okay, so you get on this, and then you want to jump into this corner, and then turn, and then we're going to use the kind of ovular doorway here. Get up. Once you pop out... oh, shoot. You want to head left, but try not to bonk off of anything like that. Now, you can actually land onto the outer ends that extend here, or you can land onto the top of this laser hallway. If you do that, you can jump onto... well, actually, you can just do it from here. Or you can... I thought that part of this... okay, it's the right part, actually. Yeah, so you want to jump on, like, the right part, then, of this doorway, and then you can make it with relative ease. Alright. So then from here, you can, like, use the air attacks to get up here, or even a charge if you need to. You want to jump back into the camera to get onto this, which is one that sticks out beneath this platform. Now, with this, you can then either, like, climb. There's, like, big, a whole, like, diagonal here that you can jump off of. And then you want to hit, like... beneath this doorway here. Like, behind where this is, you can actually hit the cutscene trigger from there. I actually do that in any percent, but yeah, you could, like, charge over and then just get underneath the doorway and win. However, there is an other version where you actually, because that's the only unskippable, like, mandatory cutscene in the game. As it turns out, this dragon statue at the edge, right here, this. You can actually jump off of it. You have to really hold into it. Like, kinda, like, towards the, like, upright, like, towards the base of it. The top part of it won't allow you to jump. But the base of the statue will. And you can also land on this corner here to help you set it up. But that will allow you to get up to this which isn't even something, like, it's just decoration in the normal game. What this will allow you to do is get to a point where, like, this sort of room is kind of like cylindrical, but it like tapers off towards the top. So by this point, you can actually just kind of hold, well actually, if you hold forward, you're gonna get stuck. You want to like go at a slight angle here, and just kind of like get a fair bit of height off of this. You need to get high enough, right where the seam, where like the rocks start to turn green, is the roof, and if you get past there, then you're gonna clip in and fuck yourself over. The other thing you can do is if you get stuck, just kind of aim yourself towards the right. This other rock will kind of stop you, but then you can just kind of angle. And then once you get near this, turn back, go over where this black box is and where you see these candles lighting up, and go in to land on the outer ledge where these candles are. And then do the same to get around and over to these. Now there's more of these floating pointed rocks around. You have to be very careful to be hanging in towards the level. Whoops. But essentially, you want to get on top of one of these as quickly as you can, so that you can refresh your jump, because you're trying to get as much height as you can, and it will refresh, your ability to, yeah. So then you can, like, either charge from here, but the height gain when you charge against the wall is better from here, because it's sort of like more outward still, further on the right there. See, I can kind of like go up it more steeply here, and then pop in bounds, and then fall, and get in here. If you don't do that, you can kind of just go around the ring of candles normally. Just, you can skip over the gap a little bit whenever you, use Dark Spyro, and just kind of, once you get to the top of it is what I'm trying to say. Alright, and finally, we have fucking this guy. What's his name? Gull. Gull Stage 1 is weird because it takes away your melee attacks, but you're going to want to stay equipped with ice, so that you can do some Dark Spyro shenanigans in the last sector. Last phase, I should say. Sorry, I had to take care of something for a second. Anyways. There is a way to 2-cycle this boss, but really you just kind of want to go for 3-cycle. So switch off of Dark Spyro because it'll actually deal less damage. You want to basically just kind of force this guy into using a bunch of attacks. Kind of just run by him, or like jump over his shoulder, and eventually he'll do this. Now for these you can just kind of jump and then horn dive and avoid this all quite easily. Alternatively, however, you can try and get in some chip damage while he's doing his jumps, which would look something like this. It is important to note, if you have max health and full upgrades, you're actually able to survive his jumping attack once. Otherwise, it's questionable. But yeah, just kind of like do these like either like runaway or graceful motions. Shit. Also, his hitboxes are jank, so it's also dangerous for that. But yeah, you just saw how deadly that fucker is. It normally doesn't spawn you there, so... Yeah, if you run past him when he does that attack, or jump over him when he does one of these, that tends to be something that will send him into that. But yeah, do kind of these, like, slow falls and then, like, hit him like that, and you can get some chip that way. Alright, so when you're going to fight him, like, so after he gets stuck, use Dragon Time, run up to him, and you're going to kind of press towards him and intermix your air attacks and ground attacks. Do like just very tiny jumps, and what that's going to do is you're going to get like a flurry of melee hits on him without having to kind of like wait for the cooldown of Spyro, because you'll keep switching between your air attacks and your ground attacks because you're going to be close to the ground and his body is going to push you downwards. Get it to your sister. So you kind of just want to try and keep that up. Do as much as you can. Rotate like left or right as you need, because I think towards the center of his body tends to be like it pushes you down more, but you also want to be able to get the air attacks, so sometimes you might want to juke right a little bit. Anyway, it should look something like this. Also, if you get one of these, hold X, because that will cancel your attack sooner. So you can see I almost did half of his health there. He also jumps 5 times, so once that happens... Wow, okay. Once that happens is when you go after him. So that looks kind of like this. I'm trying to do this boss legitimately. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You kind of don't want to end up hitting him like on the way up to him, or like on the way up of a like big jump. Yeah, like towards the swords. That's kind of what you want. You don't want to spend most of your dragon time getting to him. The more that you're able to spend, yeah, don't double jump. You won't be able... I mean, I might have been able to recover with some use of dragon time and the horn dive there, but yeah. This guy's hard no matter what you do. Try to avoid forcing him to teleport because that loses time. 2, look at that. 3, 4, 5. Whoopsie. See, I'm gonna lose out on a lot of damage potential here. Yeah, so I'm going to reset that because I don't even think I can get a 3 cycle with that. I'm just going to try to do a 2 cycle, but if I get a 3 cycle, so what? You'll get the general idea of how to face this boss. Kind of run at him, because that typically works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a little uncertain if like you just want to like do 1 and 1 sequentially, or if you want to get like a ground like combo. The tighter you can make the spacing between those, though, the better. So really just like air ground is probably the best. sometimes he might attack you as well. You can get some chip damage in there. If you end up getting something like this, you can try to like chip damage him while he does his regular attacks. But he tends to warp away, so it might not be worth it. And he also outranges you a lot of the time. Are you kidding me? He literally just read me like a book. I thought that was Chronicler's job. Yeah, this boss can be really infuriating towards the end of a run. So I highly recommend just taking the safe option here. So long as you're able to get like a third of his health down, you'll be good. See what I mean about like being able to get like a full ground combo without... Yeah, you lose so much whenever you end up doing like a like... And I got like a lot of bonus damage from him attacking too. Although you can't really control that. 4, 5. I tend to prefer double jumping because it's, you know. Anyway, so then for this, run up, and he's either going to do this attack, in which case you just charge and do energy beam, or if he teleports, then you spin around and then do energy beam. And you kind of want to angle it downwards so that he gets this spike of damage. Now sometimes it will just kind of stop doing that. I kind of try to think of where the energy beam might be, and like it tends to like be like if you get it in his face. Once you get it solidly, you can kind of just like try to leave it there, although you might have to adjust. It's very jank. If he teleports away, you can sort of catch him on the whirlwind. He might stop during that, or he might do like one of these or something, and you can like there's like a certain backup where you can run at him. I think it's when he does the energy, like his own eye beam attack. If you catch him on that, or on the attack where he swipes at you, then he'll let you get off a combo, and if you run out of magic, you can just land and still keep wailing at him, because the game never anticipates you being able to do that much of a combo, so he just kind of gets stuck until you leave him. And so you can just kind of do chip damage until he dies. Yeah, getting the 0 to death on goal is very critical here. The thing you need to watch out for is if he does teleport, you don't need to go very far when you pivot, because he's going to then try and slash at you from the other side, most likely. So just kind of like go for a little bit, but then just do a neutral charge. You'll understand when you see it. I'll be able to like point it out in a run tonight, perhaps. There isn't really a good way to show it right now, because I'd have to go and do the whole Gaul first phase shit again. So anyways, skip the cutscenes and then just hit your Dragon's Fury button, and you're done. And that is Spyro New Game Plus. I neglected to mention, like, splits. Realistically, splits are kind of arbitrary. Time starts when you do file select. Time ends on when you activate the Fury on Gull. And as far as stuff in between, you can do it whenever, like, the cutscene trigger happens or when you get the last hit on an enemy. Alright. Also helpful to know is that autosave happens when these credits come up. So if I look at this, I actually have this set back to the beginning of the game. I also highly recommend that you make a backup copy of this file because the game does autosave and you need to use that in your run. And so if you end up having to reset like somewhere in the middle, like besides this first level, then you're going to have to play through that entire file until you loop back around, unless you have another file to go over it. So if you're looking to like duplicate a file, it's kind of weird in this game. It's not very intuitive in the slightest. So you have to load into that file. By the way, PS2 on PS3 is probably the fastest version because Wii has long and inconsistent loads. Wii U doesn't really help with that, I don't think. And also the controls are jank. So yeah, there's only really the two versions, unfortunately. And then the other... So, okay, so then to finish off with the file duplication thing, you want to hit Enable Autosave. So what this does is, well, for one, really it's only important for duplicating your files. So it makes a save in whatever file slot for, like, the closest, like, autosave, like, the last autosave checkpoint that you got. So right now, both of these are the same. But if I'm loading file 3 and I want to copy it, then I am in file 3, and then I save it in either game 1 or 2. And it will ask you if that it will be overwritten. Enable autosave is meant to be a thing where it's like, oh, well, you disabled the thing, so now you're choosing a file for it to save to. But that applies for even if you have autosave already enabled. It's like you're determining the area where it is going to save to. So if I were to choose file 1 here, then it would, any time that the game would autosave, it would then save in that slot. Again, because of the menuing thing, I tend to just play out of file 1 slot, but that's kind of obvious. Alright, so that's it. Now time for runs. Okay. Yeah, I think I know enough to be like... Oh. Gotta refresh that. Anyhow, sorry to have talked for ages. I hope, if people are still around, then I'm willing to talk about this game with them, like, from a more general perspective or however they wish. I'm just gonna do a run or two to get it under my fingers. Oh, shit. I still have the mouse capture on. Oh, you can also, like, switch to Dark Spyro, like, during cutscenes. It doesn't prevent you from doing that, probably just for the sake of fun and flair, but... you know. It's nice to have. Being able to buffer that will save you some time. You don't really need to be focused purely on mashing here, so like I wouldn't recommend like stuff like fucking like rippling the controller against you or whatever. I do recommend like being able to have like kind of like tight, or you can like use your kind of like fingernail there or something. There's a potential that one of those enemies rolls away from you, so being mindful of that is also helpful. Did this dude... okay, I thought he froze in midair for a second. Oh shit. Yeah, I need to work on, like... oh my god, he went all the way to this side. I've never seen that. Or maybe I just was dumb in terms of, like, where he's at in the level. I haven't seen the blast of me. The lost of... oops, didn't want to bonk against him. Got stuck on that limb a bit, but still quite good. Never mind. It's being dumb. Alright, whatever. You can also do like this kind of thing to be able to change the camera intermittently, or like even between charges you can do that. It's a good technique. You can just like kind of see how like because of like the puff of smoke, you can kind of like tell how much further Spyro goes with each of those. Oops. Maybe too far. Yeah. Crazy crap in this game. Wasn't sure if you were still around. I appreciate your intrigue and dedication. Jesus. Got stuck there. Not a big worry. I think that should be enough. Okay, we should still be good. We're hitting them, so yeah. Alright, yeah, just had to wait for him to turn down a bit. Tone down for what? That's okay. You do what you must, you know? Oh shit, oh my god, my capture card just took a real big shit. Okay, I think it's caught back up. Yeah, it has. It's okay, I mean, I wasn't really able to talk too much anyways, and I was doing like a lot of convoluted, fucking complicated, conversation, explanation, BS, so... I don't really think that's inconsiderate or anything of you. But yeah, you're actually in time to see me do like a run. Just as a follow-up for the tutorial. Shoot. Good luck. Very nice. Okay. Hopefully everything's still kinda in line with like... I kinda just... I used to do this shit all the time, but it's been a couple of years and I kinda just like threw like the controller cam and like timer stuff all back together. Clean. Are you kidding me? How? That's just obscene. I literally had the perfect one, and it took it from me. Get over there! Okay. Good. Whatever. Oh. I mean, no one's obligated to my stream, and realistically, I kinda just do this stuff for my own enjoyment. I can understand why that would be something, I guess, confusing or upsetting to you. Like, it means a lot to hear someone thinks that, but realistically, I'm not able to stream all that much in general, so that's kinda what that's about. Well, and I also play obscure BS. Like this and Ratatouille are my two, like, crowned jewel games. But I've played some other stuff, like Shadow of the Colossus. I used to do a bit of Galaxy 2, Doom, what else? Looney Tunes Back in Action. Like, there's just a lot of... Oh, DuckTales Remastered. There's just like a bunch of games that I've like fucked around with, but not really put out there, because it's more of just like a me enjoying stuff thing, and if other people enjoy it too, then, you know, that's awesome. 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22. Right, so I'm gonna do this a little bit short.
Hey, look at this.
Okay, I thought I was going to be closer than I was, but I didn't jump up the rope as much as I had thought I did. Yeah, nonetheless, I mean, I'm always going to be caring about and, like, doing something for this game, even if it's not, like, super well advertised or known about or anything. Okay. We mangled our way onto there. It wouldn't have been disastrous, but it would have been really bad for my, like, time. By the way, I can't actually, like, see my splits currently, so can you tell me, like, what my timer is up to? Like, what split name it says? Sorry, I know it's a little bit of a weird request. It's just my computer, it just, like, if I try to look at my stream or anything, then the, game feed is going to slow down and become unplayable. It should say Lightning Dream now. Or, fuck! I looked away for a second and ruined that.
Let's do it.
Yeah, sorry. That's okay. It is kind of small, the numbers stuff. 12:13 sounds like great pace, though. Hopefully that makes it. Okay. I could have just fallen as opposed to having to wait for the horn dive. Scab 2. Aw, crap. Split behind, and I fucked that up too. I went too early. Yeah, Lightning Dream is gonna be the death of this. As it often is. There we go. That's more like it. Look at that. Oh, really? Well, that's at least rather resourceful of you.
Here we go.
Perhaps that means I should... Like, I had different settings for these splits, but they erased themselves recently, and I've been very demotivated from doing runs as a result. Thank you for letting me know about that. Yeah, now it should say Lightning Dream. Why am I not able to do the... God. That's a shame.
It's okay.
I had a really good run going. I do want to get this trick, though. You know what? I need to do less dragon time there, too. That's the other problem. Yeah, see, it really altered my, height a lot. So you have to be, like, careful with how much you trade off there. There we go. At least that was clean. I might as well finish the run, because I'm always worried about the last level. So Scab 2 and Lightning Dream, like, essentially what those split names are is, like, my way of divvying up sectors of the game. Scab is, like, the pirate, captain that you face. And Lightning Dream is the level that I'm in now. So this is, like, the level where Spyro kind of learns his, I should have just gone for it. That Spyro learns the electric breath in. Because if you remember in how this game's plot plays out, Spyro kind of like passes out and has these visions. Like here, if I actually look at enable autosave, this says dream. But there's a couple different versions of the dream level. And this is the lightning version. Ergo lightning dream. Okay, there we go. I'm feeling like I might have taken a little bit too long on the tutorial, but I wanted to at least throw in some of my thoughts on the game, and shoutouts to the Legend of Spyro. Yeah, it's honestly a kind of common thing in speedrunning. I mean, they do kind of take after, like, different names, like the in-game names of the levels, but there's some of them that are just, like, weird and wonky, so I tend to prefer, like, to have my own different, like, offshoots of them. Like, the name of this game, or this level, canonically, is the White Isle. But realistically, this would be one giant split, and like, it's better to cut this section into a couple subsections because, like, it would be harder to tell where I messed up. Like, the splits essentially are ways of showing you where you lost and gained time. So when you lose time is when you played slower than in your previous runs, whereas gaining time or saving time is usually how that's called, is where you do better. And that's what the, like, subtraction and plus signs would be. The green and red text. I could have done that better. Oh well. But yeah, so instead here I just kind of separate them by the trials after the initial thing. Some of them I also just have them named by, like, the skip that you do, which I think is how I have that initial one there. Nice. There you go, so that's what that looks like. The, fire trial, oh fuck. Well, I tried to save that. Yeah, it's really difficult without getting on top of the candle. I forgot about that. I am rusty though, so it's understandable. Rusty is like I haven't played in a while. I know I'm kind of just like throwing out a lot of lingo, but it's something that's been part of my life for a while, so it's easy for me to just kind of do that haphazardly. Oh yeah, yeah. It's very like odd and strange, like you know how lively they are. They're very like reactive too. I would say, I mean, the button crabs are kind of annoying, like, to deal with casually, but I can't help but think, like, their little, like, spastic movements and, like, the way that the orb guys taunt you is nothing short of charismatic. I also actually have, a speedrun route set for, like, if you do this game, like, from a fresh file. So not New Game Plus. Because essentially, this game becomes way different when you introduce Dark Spyro into it. Shoot. Oh my goodness. That was quite sloppy. This game does pretty decent with its enemy variety. As much as I don't like the Falmouth Arena, like having that many like different and new bosses was pretty cool. Whoops. Don't want that. Jesus. How much health do these guys still have? How are you still alive? You were right over here.
Oh, Joe.
Hmm.
On that note, I agree, but if that's the case, Falmouth should be late game. Like a boss rush, you know?
Yeah. I I mean, if I were to remake this game, I'd probably cut the pirate levels entirely, if I'm honest. No, it's okay, Nala. I mean, I was kind of just going on for like an hour or two about how the hell you speedrun this game,
Flying
and
in
that's
between
hard
the
to...
ships is like one of the most fun things you can do in that game.
I'm sorry? What was that?
The part where you fly in between the ships, that's like the most fun part.
Oh, that. Yeah, I do like that level. Like how they act as like mini level
Arena's
gauntlets.
Kinda awful, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about.
yeah.
It'd be neat to maybe like have a run-in with them while you could like run into them while you're flying over to the island with Chronicler.
Yeah.
It could be like Gull tries to intercept you. That'd be pretty good. I'll have to keep a note of that. Chilling in and out here. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. I could show you how any percent works. Like I'm saying, that's the version where like I don't have everything fully upgraded and Dark Spyro isn't available. Which those are the main things that kind of just like the way that this category is set up minimizes a lot of the fighting. So I understand why that can be kind of well, he's just standing there menacingly. Why that would be kind of like weird or disappointing to look at. Because, I mean, it kind of messes with me too. There's a bunch of like degenerate, like overpowered strats. Yeah, when I was talking about the pirate levels, I was sort of thinking of them from a like story perspective. Like the whole the whole like middle third of the game doesn't really have much of a point narratively, besides when you encounter Cinder and she's like trying to fight against you. I've started to actually, since Nulla's been here like at least like 3 years ago or so, I want to say. But one of the recent revelations, especially in regards to this game, is I've begun making notes to actually... Now, I'm not like officially putting this out there or anything, because I don't really have much skill or experience with like game design or creation, like game making. But I've started a collection of notes and ideas for an Eternal Night remake. It would have to be like from the ground up and everything, but considering like the amount of time I've put into this game, I oddly enough know way more about it than most people would. Problem is, of course, that I feel like unfortunately, like, it would be hard to remake the Eternal Night, especially story-wise, without also having to remake the other two games. So I'm kind of in a weird situation with that, but I'm always kind of, like, having that in the back of my mind. Because realistically, that's what everyone that knows these games would want. I have less so of an idea of, like, what I'd want. I literally just finished Dawn of the Dragon, like, earlier this month. I don't know that I have, like, the money or talent to really get it together, but I have the gumption, for sure. Alright, this strat is particularly hard, so I'm gonna focus. Although it's cool to see a lot of other people offering up their own ideas. Because I know there's a good handful of people that are quite, you know, dedicated and passionate about not just this game, but this series in general. And, really warms my heart when any of them are together. Okay, I want to be around here, I think. Okay, good. Clean as a whistle. Yeah, this level is absolutely, unquestionably painful to get through. It's literally just like a slugfest after slugfest with like insanely high health and like high numbers of enemies. Very difficult to get through. Very brutal. Oh right, I don't have a horn dive because I didn't land. But from gameplay and aesthetic wise. Yeah, I do like the pirate aesthetic. I think it really overstays its welcome being like 2 levels as opposed to... Oh shit. Where am I? Never want to hear that when I'm doing one of these. Okay, we're okay. We just ran into some other piece of level incidentally. There we go. That should be good now. Maybe a little bit more right. Okay, good call, good call. Woo! Could not make it through this level. Yeah, honestly, a lot of people that have played these games, I feel like they're also inclined to just be like, God, this is so frustrating, and just like it's just asking too much. Like, I understand difficulty, but the way they do it is rather like short-sighted and cheap. Like, it's unfair as opposed to fun. Funfair. Oh, I can't see. Oh, yes, I got it anyway. What a genius. Ah, capture card, please. This is the other reason I haven't speedrun in a while. My hardware is atrocious. But I have muscle memory, so maybe that can help me out here. Like, I have a roommate now, and he's, I'm progressively showing him the games, because he also kind of came to know me through that stuff. But, oh my god, I can't see. What the dee-beep, the dee-do-do. Oh, I didn't jump back here yet? Is that what you're telling me? I thought for sure I was over here already. Oh, shit. I'm really low on magic, too. Can't really see. Oh, I'm in here. Okay. So I've got to, like, slip off. Fine. I'll redo this. Yeah, it's very difficult without the camera's cooperation. Which one? Eternal Night? Because I've honestly seen a lot more, like, consideration or discourse, like, for this game being a preferred or top contender over time. I actually just died. Alright, whatever. I was gonna finish that run until that happened, because now this is a soft lock. I heard, like, people who had, like, speedrun, like, New Beginning, like, talking about that, because it's like... Look, Dawn always is the, like, the go-to in terms of preference. And I've got to give it to Dawn. Like I said, I only recently finished it, and I have some mixed feelings about it. Dawn is probably, like, more solid and consistent in its overall gameplay. And it's also at least comparable, probably, in terms of, like, its visual presentation. And just, like, it obviously wins in terms of, like, the amount of content that it, well, maybe not obviously. See, because this game does have, like, the additional collectibles and the dragon challenges, but Dawn has, like, those, like, intense enemies, and I really like armor. I think armor is a really interesting, like, collectible and mechanic. It, like, incentivizes you to go out and get stuff to actually, like, make... Oh, this didn't reset. I've beaten some of my best times. That doesn't seem right, so... Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Alright, I'm gonna refresh this because my PC's dumb. like Dawn of the Dragon, like 2-player makes that game, honestly. You certainly can have fun with single player, because you still are able to, like, you have a fair bit of strategy between, like, you know, using the different elements that both characters offer, and the armor also definitely helps in regards to kind of like gearing one or the other character in towards. Oh wait, I don't think I actually. Okay, actually, I need to like make sure I copied my file so I don't fuck myself over. Atmosphere and music. Before I get to that, I'll finish up. Like, Dawn of the Dragon has shoot, what was I saying? Okay, I did have it copied. Oh, right. The armor can sort of like gear you in towards a certain like play style and whatever. And oh yeah, I'm still going. I'm gonna be doing a few runs of this. Garen, welcome round. It's been a good while since this one's been on the screen. Something that, all right, this is gonna sound really stupid and kind of like I'm definitely biased. Oh shoot! Annie, I didn't realize you streamed as well. Sent you a friend thing, so depending on... I'm not on Twitch all too often, like even for my own streams. But I know it's very difficult in the initial... rhythm games and RPGs. Yeah, I can dig that. I suppose it may... I haven't played really much rhythm games, but I want to get into that sort of more. Shoot. I had to close my chat to go do different thing. Okay, I got it back now. But yeah, like getting that initial snowball rolling is always difficult because you don't really have much staying power or like a way to get yourself out there. Osu. I could get Osu. Honestly, I want to get Rhythm Heaven and I want to get Parappa. That is always something that is, at the very least, it's going to be enjoyable to chase. It's hard to say, like, getting the dedication and all the tools set up to, like, really get people's attention, I think, like, on a wider scale is difficult. But nothing is gonna stop you from just being able to, like, take whatever the hell you have, chuck something together to stream on Twitch for you in a couple buds, you know? I mean, I think my stream has always kind of been, like, I've never been very good with any of the tech stuff. I didn't know or really, like, use Twitch or, like, editing software or, like, I don't know how to make my streams look good or anything, but, like, I just do what I enjoy doing, and I find other people that, for one reason or another, either they enjoyed it before or they come to appreciate it later, gather around me and we just have a good time, and like, I can't really ask for much more than that. Especially for the amount of effort I put in, so... I respect the grind, though. At the same time, I should mention. I think I'm just, like, realistically, when I started Twitch, it was just to kind of, like, put some of my projects out there before I really had, like, because I didn't really have anything. out there, and it was just kind of like coincidental. Realistically, I can enjoy and continue to work on these things myself. I didn't split. Where am I at in my splits? God damn it. Ah, jeez. Alright. Should be good. Oh boy. Well, I'm screenshotting that so that I have those games for later. Oh boy. Oh gosh, I am so far behind in audio. Yeah, I have to fix that. Okay. Yeah, rhythm games, like, I mean, I'm kind of big on music, and I do appreciate rhythm games, not to a very, I don't know, I've just not really felt inclined to go out of my way for it, I guess. Well, I guess just do whatever you're feeling most comfortable with, Garen. But yeah, I did throw you, a follow, Annie. Like, I think the thing I like about rhythm games most, like, I do kind of appreciate, like, the precision that goes into them. Sometimes it seems like it could be, like, a little too tight or whatever. I understand you can do, like, easier songs or whatever. I don't really know how rewarding that would necessarily be for me, or, like, how much longevity I like that. I just kind of like the actual just, like, music and aesthetics of the game, like theming, which is kind of why I like the art styles, like, and how, like, dedicated those are in Rhythm Heaven and Parappa. What? I've only actually played Parappa for like a handful of minutes, but like I feel like, and I know, like, I guess Osu's kind of neat because it has like a lot of different like backgrounds and like fan stuff. And like I guess Guitar Hero also has a lot of like modding in various songs in that community. Because like you can sort of like be invested in those things for different reasons. Osu seems kind of arbitrary to me because it like flashes a bunch of different like forms of input that loosely fit the music, and they just kind of flash all over the screen. And like I feel like a lot of that has more to do with memorization than actually being prepared. I don't know. It seems a little weird to me, but I can understand people's intrigue with the game. There's definitely a skill ceiling and stuff to it. It's a very good time waster too, because you're able to maybe it, oh, you know what? I think it's that I actually charge these guys. That's part of the problem here. Yeah, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, Annie. No biggie. Oh, Jesus. Just go beneath the stage. I'm resetting that. Because you can sort of, like, you know, like, it's largely, like, it's an execution test, and it's music. And both of those things are things that you can kind of, like, sink time into without having to think too much about it. And it still has, like, a good, like, feedback loop, I guess. Because like with Osu, it makes like a bunch of little sounds, and the visuals uh, continue and whatever. But anyways, we did kind of get derailed from the conversation I was having with well, I guess to finish off, like I started streaming just, or I didn't stream, but like I recorded off of a freaking like flip camera. Like it's understandable, especially when people are starting out, that they don't have that good of tools or whatever. So no need to apologize, you just make do. Sometimes recording off the TV is the best way to go. Eventually, the capture card, I think, would be the way to fix that. I haven't streamed from PS4, but I'd imagine that it works the same way. So anyways, one of my main problems with Dawn, and this is gonna sound so stupid and nerdy and arbitrary, is the lack of health bars. And again, yeah, it sounds like it doesn't really matter much, but the thing is, with Dawn, like, all of the games are kind of just like nice little like sit down, like guilty pleasure. I can turn my mind off and press buttons against enemies, and then if I want to think, I can enjoy the visuals and like some of the storytelling like elements. Oh shit. That'll do, I guess. But I don't know, I feel like understanding like the actual like power and utility of a lot of the moves in Dawn would have to just come from like a lot of like tedious research and practice. There isn't like anything in that game that necessarily gives you like feedback in terms of how effective something is, or like why something is effective. There's a few like I'd say like counterexamples or like outliers, because they're just like extremely effective. Like especially like the stuff like when you get your moves fully upgraded. And like there's some stuff where it's more obvious, like, oh, I can stun people with electricity, or I can you know, knock people into the air with dark. Stuff like that. But I mean, a lot of the time I can't really tell if like an enemy's getting stunned or taking a lot of damage. Like there isn't like the knockback. It's not punchy. Like the combat in this game, as like dumb as it can be, with like it's like sort of like stun lock, like high hit stun combos on both sides. It's definitely unfair and just like jank sometimes, but like I can still appreciate that and like what they were trying to do. And it's like, I don't like that it's obvious that there are a few things that are like objectively overpowered, but for the most part they definitely, oh my god, fucking capture card lag. Like, Earth is meant to, like, knock people away and give you crowd control while dealing a good burst of damage to them. Electricity kinda, like stun people, but also offer crowd control again, give you a bit of space, but in a somewhat different manner. Ice sort of, like, stun and give you range to kind of like set up for different things, and fire is like pure damage. Right? And you can kind of see those things in terms of how
Let's do it.
Sorry. In terms of how like enemies react to that and like seeing their health bars tick down, and also like the tutorial stuff. Like it literally is like, here's the move and here's something that it would be useful for. It's the tutorials are still kind of tedious, and like just like the general structure of these games is definitely looser. But they feel more realized, at least as far as like what I think of in terms of a Legend of Spyro game. Like Dawn of the Dragon has all the makings of one, for like its story and like visuals, but it kind of just like has the combat almost feels like an add-on, even though I know they... Oh, come on. Really? I'm gonna have to... Yep, I'm gonna have to reset. Why is this fucking up my computer into oblivion? All I want to do is see you turn into... No. Is not have the run just, like, get fucked by my computer just dying randomly. Yeah, see, Nola, you kinda understand. Like, everything just feels more purposeful in terms of, like, the combat moveset. I do have to admit, though, Dawn of the Dragon probably has Spyro, like, any of the other ones beat in terms of, like, puzzle and platform, like, collecting type stuff. And it honestly... I feel like the reason that people are... Because, like, that's more... easily perceived, and also is like more easily like enjoyable. Like no one is going to ever be like disappointed by like the fundamentals of it. Oh my freaking gorsh. No wonder people are... No wonder my stream's terrible right now. It says it's dropping frames too. I don't think I can really change these while I'm streaming. Yeah, I'll have to fuck with those later, unfortunately. Computer just can't freaking handle 1800 kilobytes per second, apparently. Okay. Yeah, Dawn of the Dragon is kind of more in line with... Another thing that's, like, good to note, like, it's a simple, I guess it's like, okay, like, I'm not saying it in the sense that, like, people that don't like combat are dumb, because I'm not a big dude in terms of fighting games, or anything like that. Like, that takes a lot more effort and mind to get into, and, like, platforming is more... What I'm trying to say is just platforming is, like, from a general standpoint, more accessible and more fun as a result. And it also makes the game feel more complete and purposeful. Because then that means that the level design actually kind of matters, and it's not just them throwing enemies at you. Now, there are certainly levels in Dawn of the Dragon that do that, but it's a lot less of a problem and less evident of a problem than it would be in something like Eternal Night. because combat is the more like central focus, and the like accompanying bit that is the platforming isn't as strongly articulated. It's not like interwoven or complementary well. Preference. Yeah, I definitely think that there's like, I think fighting mechanics are harder to get good, like to implement good. Like you can have a pretty decent platformer, but there's like you can easily fuck up a fighting game, like if the hit stun or like damage on certain moves is just like too much, or the range or whatever. Like you have to very carefully craft those. As far as like making a good platformer, you also have to do the same thing, but you know. Yeah, it's also hard because like there's a lot of different things in like New Beginning and Eternal Night that just invalidate other options. They're just like so good that it's like, well, any of the complexity that could have been there isn't really like worth it, or it's gone. And then you try to look at the other surrounding like things offered, and it can just be like underwhelming, I think, for a lot of people. But like when you try and like sort of boil down like different like just like smaller pieces of the game and like what they were going for, and like separate the good from the bad, and just like kind of seeing like I just feel like there's more of a vision with this game. Dawn of the Dragon probably had to be made purely for the sake of finishing off the series. And they did a damn good job with it, though. Like, I definitely prefer Dawn of the Dragon on several different levels. And I'm definitely more biased towards this game. Like, Dawn also does bring like a lot of new, I guess, like assets and stuff that are pretty cool. I like some of the story elements they went for, at least towards the end of the game. It kind of meanders for a bit. But Eternal Night does that as well, but at least with Eternal Night, I can tell what kind of themes they wanted to tackle, and what the purpose of the game thematically, like, in its story was. Dawn just kind of has like, oh, there's a cataclysmic battle coming, and then stuff happens, and then there's some pretty cool, like, big character stuff, I guess, towards the end of the game that is pretty nice. But as far as like furthering the characters or the universe, it's kind of just like, alright, we're gonna beat Malefor. And then a few characters have some big moments that finish their arc. They're kind of cheeky and forced just because of the rest of the game's narrative structure. And it's kind of just like, oh, we beat Malefor, and the stuff's all good. I really, I'm also honestly kind of mixed on some of the stuff towards the end. Because I feel like there might be some... I'm a fucking... I will say, when I saw the ending, I did kind of eat my own dick. Because, kind of realized why everyone, ships Spyro and Cinder. And I... I felt like an idiot. Because I'd been denying that crap for years. And then they just kind of throw it out there and, like, play into it hardcore. That threw me for a loop. And I like how they kind of mix in some of the, like, narrative, like, world pieces towards the end. At least, like, with Chronicler's Return and, like, the gems. It's a little contrived and arbitrary. Like they, like it's kind of like, oh, the world's all better and good now, and it's in like some kind of cycle, and it kind of makes sense, but it also comes out of nowhere because they were like, ah, fuck, we beat Malifor, so now we need to make something that's, yeah. Let's see. It's just that Malifor isn't. That's literally what I was just about to get into. They fucking threw away all the potential that Malifor had as a villain. He's literally set up as this, like, sort of mysterious foil to Spyro in the first 2 games, and then he's just, like, the guy you fight at the end. Also, I get that they were trying to, like, play up Malifor, but instead of just making him an interesting villain, they added, like, 3 or 4 extra phases to his fight.
Oh, that was bullshit, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck that fight.
That fight is... See, I enjoyed it for a bit, and it was tolerable, and then it just kind of, like, is, like, surprise for the 6th time, and I get what they're going for, but it was excessive. Also, Brown Man, I did see what you sent on Discord, but you sent it at, like, 2 a.m., so I should figure out what the hell your, like, time zone is so that we can actually talk. Oh my god, there's so much sound delay! Sound delay! Yeah, I could kind of go into some of my more recent... Oh my god. I think I might restart the stream briefly with how much BS my computer is putting out. I am going to stop having a controller cam and see if that helps out. 1:05 p.m.? Where you're at? You're like 10 hours away. How? I mean, I know time zones are weird, but that's starting to encroach on Time Machine, my guy. We're too late. We are living in the past. Crap, you're right. Oh. I guess I can just... Alright. I was doing, hopefully that makes the stream not lag as much. I just finished doing, I'm not sure if you've ever seen this game, Brown Man, because this is actually, like, my main game before Ratatouille came into the picture. Oh, God. I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, your part of the world would blow up first, huh? So I guess it goes both ways, Kappa. We kind of were nerding out about the couple of different titles in this game. You know what's also weird? Okay, before I played Dawn of the Dragon, dude, I freaking... Oh my god, Brown Man is just, like, rolling. Probably because it's Saturday for him. But I used to think New Beginning was the best one. And it... Like, every game has something up on the other... New Beginning probably is, like, the most founded in terms of its story. And, like, it's... Like, they actually... New Beginning is the game where they had to make the world for the first time from the ground up. And you can tell that they, like, even if it is kind of, like, cliche that they, like, they had a structure going there. And it has, like, it has the open potential to lead into other things, but it also, like, sets some, like, strong narrative symbols early on, and like, the combat's not too terrible in there either. It's a lot simpler. Like, honestly, Eternal Night is essentially just, like, New Beginning, but better, and they traded off, but they forgot to write story into the middle of the game. Like, it's a level pack with bonus moves, more content. Oh yeah, New Beginning came out, like, whenever I was in elementary school. And I had, like, freshly gotten a P... Why can I not hit any of this today? Heck. Oh, wait! That's Brown Man saying that. Oh! He knows! He knows! I'm gonna flip my shit if you've actually played any of these games. They're surprisingly obscure. They are a bit obtuse, of course. But you would think that something as monumental as reviving the the Spyro series would have had more of a splash. To be fair, they are pretty flawed games that disappointed a lot of people, so I've come to terms with that now. New Beginnings, New Beginnings gameplay does feel, like, less full because it's so linear and you don't have too many options and moves, and, like, puzzles are... I mean, there's a few of them, but they're not that great. They did have to make a lot of stuff at the time, like, just for the base game, and sometimes the narrative stuff kind of gets in the way of the game, especially within, like, the first level, and then, like, whenever you're leaving Spyro's house, it's like 20 minutes of cutscene to 1 minute of gameplay or something dumb like that. And yeah, I'm not too, like, worried in terms of, like, what people think of the game in terms of, like, justifying my own opinion. I just mean for the sake of the, like, success of this franchise. Advertising everywhere. Interesting. Because Eternal Night, like, I've seen a few commercials for that, like, after going back and looking it up. I remember it being like kind of, because me and like one other friend in school, like we were working on that game and like going back and forth like periodically. Like this was a cornerstone, or at least New Beginning was for a little bit. Oh shit! Why'd you have to slip off, Spyro? Alright. Fine. Right when I have to go and... Oh. Is that fire and ice? Is that what that is? I know there were a handful of... Or is that, like... I don't know, there's a bunch of freaking Spyro GBA games. I need to expand my Spyro stuff, because... I've honestly not played the original trilogy. Any of it. And I think it would be important to know, like, what people appreciate out of that at, like, firsthand. So that I can try... Because the main thing that's really... one of the main things is that this game is, like, completely removed from what Spyro originally was. But it's also its own unique and powerful take on it, I feel like. And not only would the game like benefit from having more solid platforming mechanics in it, but it would also capture and intrigue the people that already had stock in the series more. Sorry that I'm kinda sucking. I'm trying to talk about some high-level shit. Oh, orange and purple. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, Spyro did a lot of weird things because it didn't know what the hell it wanted to do. It seems like really, they kinda did the first 3 games that actually, like, they wanted to make and had a vision, and then there was demand for more games, and they just weren't really invested. Yeah, Insomniac left. That's what happened. So yeah, they literally weren't invested. They had no fucking part of it. Yeah. So Spyro kind of got passed around for a bunch of years, and then, is it Toys for Bob? They made, the remakes, yeah. And then that happened, and then people cared about Spyro again, and then the world went silent once more. Hopefully. There's been a good modding scene for that game, and obviously with, like... Like, we're really on our last, leg, I suppose, for this, because, like, Crash 4 came out in its own... It's like, either they're gonna do it, or they're not, you know? If someone else doesn't do it, I might just be forced to do it. Ah, come on. What an angle to get at this guy. But yeah, New Beginning just does not feel as rewarding in full. It's not... Like, it's great to screw around casually. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your day, Brown Man. Thanks for stopping by and chipping in your... Well, it's more like $2 than it is 2 cents, but... I love to talk a lot too, so I respect it. Yeah, I guess that is relatively fast. Yeah, I can hold left here, and then I guess it's neutral up there. There's just a lot of like tiny little things there that I don't like know the entire mapping of, and I don't remember like how to deal with very clearly, but that went pretty well. But yeah, essentially each game offers something. It's just the more that I think about it, Eternal Night feels like the most complete package, oddly enough. It's like they took what New Beginning did, they saw some problems with it, they didn't have much budget, but they went and made the most out of it that maybe not that they possibly could, because there's definitely things that they could have like tweaked, like just numerically with the combat system, or like in terms of like throwing in some like more platformy type stuff. I was just talking with Annie earlier here when she was in the chat that you know, the trials in this game are probably the best sort of demonstration of what it has to offer gameplay wise. Which I know still isn't the best, but like it shows a bunch of different types of stuff at least. Okay, I think that's good. Fuck. Of course it's not. Hey, can you refill the humidifier? It's getting kind of stuffy in here. I don't... Exactly. I guess I could take a drink. I've only been talking for hours. Ugh. Excuse me. But yeah, how have you been, Nala? Really? I very much want to, but I am streaming. I was referring to someone else. I didn't expect any of the things that happened today in terms of timing or them happening at all. So I apologize. Yeah. Thank you. Well, that's good to hear, at least, that things have kind of settled. I don't honestly know like your age group or whatever, and you don't have to you know, disclose that, obviously. But I mean, I similarly, like, if we're in around the same group, I think that's just kind of inevitable or unavoidable. It seems to be a common theme, but perhaps worse for some than others. Mid-20s? Okay, I'm early 20s. So I guess that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's a lot harder to justify like going on Twitch, and it's also just harder for me to do so quite literally in the terms of like my hardware degrading and stuff. It was already kinda like a joke that my stream could even run in the first place. I have quickly become more aware of like kind of like computer like rot from just them being used. I've always like stayed with speedrunning, but like how much of a part of my life it is has always fluctuated. I'm not sure if I've actually been hitting the split button whenever I select a file. I keep thinking like I'm a whole split behind and there's no way for me to fix it. Like, I should be entering ancient... Like, look! One thing that happened just very recently. My freaking... My splits settings reset themselves. Across dozens of timers. Or, I guess one timer, but like dozens of splits and shit. Have me doing splits to try and fix it. Like, my font is now just the default font because I wanted the speedrun, but I wasn't motivated to go freaking fix that. Like, I know what the font was called and stuff. I at least set up, like, the, Oh my god, okay, well, that's obnoxious. I went to turn because I could tell I wasn't going too fast, just going straight forward there, but then, yeah. I'm not sure if you actually saw the advent of any %, Nala. Because I kinda went and I started running that initially as a joke, and then it turned out it was actually kinda cool. Although it's kind of in the same way as how New Game Plus would be a joke without Dark Spyro. Any % would be a bit of a joke without Fire. I also kind of accidentally fucked up New Beginning speedrunning forever. At least within this game series. Like, as far as anything that I did with that is concerned. Because I found actual tech, and it broke parts of the game wide open. I mean, it probably is more interesting overall, like New Game Plus. Realistically, it's just that a lot of games don't have New Game Plus, or don't offer much in their New Game Plus. There's definitely a lot of interesting New Game Plus runs. It has to be a platformer where they gain, like, different moves early or something.
Ready?
Yeah.
First time I heard about New Game.
I didn't say it was weird, or dumb, or bad. Typically. I don't know, I'd assume Arkham becomes kind of platformer-like in NG+, but I don't know. Yeah, I could do an any % run. They're a significantly different format and, like, pace of run, obviously. And the types of challenges and things that it offers is obviously going to be significantly different from what this offers. Bruh, move back into my attack. Okay. Well, to be fair, it doesn't really seem like a lot of the games are all that good for speedrunning, especially from a surface level. Like New Beginning, even with the tech I found, I don't like New Beginning as a speed game. Eternal Night surprised me as a speed game. It was never intended to be one, by any means. Like, nothing really in the game really spoke speedrun until, like, besides Dark Spyro, and a few people had musts with that, but actually like going forth and like all of the unearthing all of the potential and jank with that, like that just takes so much bloody effort for something that like would have little return. Oh wow, that has been consistently getting me the thing. Yeah, any percent has a lot of interesting things that you actually get to fight stuff. So that's probably the main thing. There's routing in terms of like gems and sort of like it's like making the most of what little bits of movement stuff you have. Thank you. And you can actually get surprisingly good results because when you kind of utilize stuff in like sort of different purposes, you get a lot of mileage out of just purely having a double jump. I saw that coming and didn't adjust for it. They might be waiting now for me to just... Yeah. God damn it. Sorry for all the resets. I'm like trying to talk and I'm also playing from Rust. I'm also just like very invested in getting like a run of New Game Plus. Because like I've almost intentionally like left potential within this game because I've always like kind of wanted there to be a bigger audience, but I don't really have... Yeah, just call it... Look, I literally haven't played this game in like half a year or something dumb, so it quite literally is, but you know, that is always a pro strat. I will switch to any percent, I suppose, though, since I do have your attention. Soon enough, anyway. Yeah, gem routing is pretty big, and then like kind of the interweaving of different elements and abusing little bits of collision. It has a lot cozier of a pace, but it also has like a lot more minutia to it than like New Game Plus also has some minutia to it, but it's not as obvious or relevant as consistency. Like consistency is kind of big in any percent as well, but at the point that like in terms of like being able to get through certain fights. But besides that, it's like chaining a bunch of movement options together. Whereas like New Game Plus gets glimpses of that, namely in Dream and the Trials. But the Trials kind of play out the same as they do in any percent. And you get more of that. So you could kind of think of like... Oh, also the tech that is involved in Pocket Sands? What? The tech that is involved in any percent, or in... Oh my god. New Beginning has really high relevancy in any percent. Or it has pretty high relevancy. There's like a trick. So if you haven't seen what happened to New Beginning in the last couple years, is that I found... well, actually, it's the trick that I use in this level here, which is a strafe jump. essentially the way it works is Spyro can, well, as you may know, Spyro has a strafing tool that's kind of like a lock-on thing that's like you don't really think about and isn't really mentioned even in this game. It's not very useful. But you can use that to target onto an enemy, and you get those various like evasion jumps, right? Where you kind of like juke left, right, up, or back. And you also have like this empty jump thing. This actually kind of like played off of something I had noticed in the strafe battles in this game, how you can kind of like interrupt certain actions, including empty jumps or damage with the strafe jumps. And what's interesting about those is that the game kind of expects you or treats it as grounded whenever you do one of those. So by doing an empty jump off of an enemy, where you kind of just like do like one of those weird single jumps where Spyro still looks like he's doing the like targeting the enemy, but he kind of just like jumps and his wings don't move very much, and he's still, so you do one of those, and then you, while you're still like locked on to the enemy, you do one of the directional jumps, and then you release target of the enemy, and if you press jump within the small time window, you can jump in midair, essentially. So not only does it actually act as a triple jump, but it also acts as almost like a 3.5 jump, because you can send yourself sort of like in any direction a little bit. It, like the potential of the strafe stuff was like kinda like slowly got to me, because I realized you could like get far off the ledge by like continually like jumping back and away from an enemy in a dream. I'm not sure if I incidentally had gotten like the a double jump off of that, but either way I didn't really put that together until I was then playing through A New Beginning and trying to think of tech, because I wanted to get a run in of it, but I also kind of didn't. Because as much as I love that game, it's kind of slow and clunky, at least in terms of a speedrun. Ah, I fucked up my thing because I was looking to split. Yeah, it doesn't have nearly as much impact in this game as it does in New Beginning, but since they're the same engine, it does actually carry over. Yeah, he's quite far now, so I'm gonna get lower damage on him than I typically would. But yeah, see how like I jump to cancel that damage? Or like if I do this? Like it's essentially that. So yeah, you can get some like good distance and height off of it realistically. It's pretty cool. There's actually like some sequence breaks now possible in New Beginning because of that. Especially in like the first level, like getting through the temple with Ignitus. Because like a lot of those rooms kind of have like a thing where you kind of like go circular, but you get to a higher point in the room. So you can like access different sections of the level earlier, or just hit a cutscene trigger. I don't really know that many of them, but oops. Ah, refresh. Fuck. Hopefully that didn't... Yeah, Legend of Spyro is actually pretty solidly programmed. With a couple of obvious exceptions. I hope mods don't get upset with me having to reset that. I got like one of my runs randomly rejected and they never told me why. But that's a whole nother story and meme. Yeah, it only was really through some like intense and continual testing. Like I was like, what the hell could they have like not thought of in terms of like strange interactions? And that was the only one that really had much promise to it. I was like, you can interrupt this in a lot of ways. Like, it's its own separate move set, and it kind of can, like, loosely interact with the other one. I did end up, like, finding some of the, skips, like, for New Beginning, initially, like, with finding that. They have gone and discovered some more since my initial, introduction to that trick. But man, oh man, some of the ones that I did were irreplaceable, and it's great to see people really like take inspiration from that, because a lot of the people 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm just gonna go with this because I'm worried I might overshoot. Okay.
Hey, what's this?
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, sorry. I wanted to try and keep track of that good. Okay, that was scary. It's still fucking scary. Dumb boat. Okay. But yeah, like the discovery of that trick, it like pushed like there was one dude that was in my chat. He kind of spurred me on to kind of like do it. And then he got invested and like went and did his own run, and that brought back some of the with the oh shoot. Wait, does this mean nice? So perhaps if you wait a second, you can get that, but then you lose a second, but then you kind of save a second again. Ugh. But yeah, there was a whole like renaissance with that, like I was saying. I don't really know the route or all of the tricks, and I haven't had much care or motivation to do it because you have to like play on Xbox version. PS2 fucking blows. Sorry. Good run alert. Maybe. Okay, yeah, that's troubling. Okay, we got good timing on that, so we should be saved. Okay. That's not gonna make it. I think I might be doing my attack early, actually, like my Comet Dash. This was... this is usually the thing that kills runs. And it has been for years, because it's very precise. I think I'm spawning my thing too early, too. That doesn't help. There wasn't any saving that.
Let's keep trying.
Oh yeah, thyroid shit is fucked. Alright. Yeah, I'm definitely fucking up the timing with that. That's what's wrong. Okay, so I need to be more patient.
It's okay. We can try again.
I really thought you could kind of get away with just doing it whenever. But I guess I'm wrong. Okay, see, I heard the thing now. Look at him go careening. Good. Alright, I'll finish off this run and then I'm gonna do any percent. Unless, of course, this run goes terribly wrong once more. Oh my god. I think spacing out the jump fucks it up. Oddly enough.
I think I have the strength to go on.
I'll give this one more try. Lightning Dream is always screwy. Okay. I was dipping too far off the platform. Excuse me. Yeah, keep dropping frames, dude. Apparently, yeah, we got even worse internet than before somehow. I literally can't even see. Oh my god, I lucked out beyond belief. But I fucking lost 2 minutes, probably. Or more. Are you gonna be able to, like, stay for said any percent run, or did you mean the end of this run? So I'm honestly thinking of just calling this run quits. I'm not gonna be making it onto the top of that, am I? Oh man, what a joke. Yeah, that stuff really just... It just, like, strangely wallopes you out of nowhere. You'll just be, like, doing fine, and then suddenly you're, like, your capabilities and whatever will tank. Oh shoot. I guess you can see that. Yeah, I didn't anticipate being on for fucking 6 hours, but I've enjoyed it. It's not something I get to do often. I'm both surprised and incredibly glad to see that I stuck around in your brain, though, because, I mean, I've gone back and looked at those things, and they're some of my favorite memories on Twitch, for sure. Had a lot of purpose and gumption. And I still do with my speed games, but I'm not as able to perform, even though I always was kinda, like, held back. What the hell is this? Why is it not letting me jump? I'm very clearly... Like, you can see my... I guess I was moving too far forward as opposed to, like, going neutral for a moment or something, and it, like... Because you could see my glide stutter. Okay.
Look out, world.
Oh yeah, I understand that. Even though it's like cringe, it's usually because like just like that stuff couldn't have been like fully formed, and like sometimes the way you act and the interests. But like you can see the pure like passion and like dedication and like just imagination, I think, that goes into that. Like I used to be, and I still kind of do, go around and like laugh at when other people do that stuff, like Wattpad and whatever. But after kind of like thinking about it more and like I had a coworker who kind of had like a daughter like that. I was like, huh, you know, that's pretty interesting. Oh, it still made it. God gamer. I don't think that was really worth the investment there, but you know. How else are you supposed to like explore those sort of things, you know? Can't help it. It's just like funny when it happens on a large scale and is publicized and whatever. But I've grown some like it's the formation of their better selves, and like realistically being able to most people aren't even going to make the attempt. And even though it's often stupid and doesn't make sense, or it's like they're too spastic and exaggerated or maybe even entitled about what they do or what they've accomplished, like that just says so much already. And we can be harsh about that, but realistically, like it's a good lesson in like both humility and I guess what it takes, and like sort of like craftsmanship of those sort of things. Because there's a... Oh my god, look at this stupid frame drop shit. Oh, I'm not doing any percent at the moment. Oh shh, I'm dumb. Alright, whatever, let's just do any percent. Hello? Windows key. Okay, there it is. I was worried. I probably have had more recent, Nah, I like Spyro being visible, though. Beep, boop, rap, rap. Yeah, once we get to not Cinder, it's really gonna be like endgame. So I think that's a good cutoff there. And you can see his horns, so that's cool. You can tell just purely from my split names that I did not really think much of this category initially. Let me just make sure, yeah, I do have the bonus. Or copy file. Yeah. I took the game a lot less seriously when approaching it in this manner. And it was kind of just like, oh, this is like smaller, funky shit, but it's not useful, lol, in NG+. But then I got like enough to be respectable in its own right. Beginning's kind of slow and simple, but it gives you time to sort of prepare and flex and think. I call this my comfy category. Because it, like, there isn't nearly as much pressure. And you sort of get to view more of the game and what you like and dislike about it. So I've kind of been... I did, like, a few of these while I was, like, talking about, like, different bits of the game that, like, I'd want to see improved and stuff to kind of get an idea for the beginning model of, like, my remake type stuff. Shoot. So yeah, you do have to be kinda, like, careful with, Spyro's horns. Kinda, the hitbox for the attack extends a little further than you'd expect.
Check this out.
This is kinda just, like, minimalizing things. The main tech here in the beginning, besides sprinting, is you get a surprising amount of utility and use out of the air attack. Like, it was already kind of known in New Beginning, but it's criminally underrated. Because not only... So, when you use one, you get a bit further of distance and height. And, you know, that's cool. So it can act as like a little bit of a burst movement option as well as an extender of sorts. But beyond that, it's also able to interrupt or like chain after any move, including, or okay, it can chain after any move and it can interrupt your double jump or single jump for that matter. So what that means is that you can, besides like using it to catch ledges, you can also cut your height at any point during your jumps, single or double. Of course, once you do that, you do cut your like maximum potential to wherever you set that to be. But it also means that you're able to sort of like make these jumps that are quite literally not possible in like being able to like keep closer to the ground and like have less airtime because yeah, like Spyro's able to like spin around and stuff and you can position for you know, well, just purely positioning and crowd control and stuff. But it actually, like look, crossing these, like, I can just single jump and then, like, and it, like, basically the way that this category works is that stuff that's on the ground tends to be faster, but more, confined, and risky. Like, when you're airborne, you have a ton of control. Like, sprinting, you're not able to, like, turn as much, but you're moving faster. Like, same with, like, Comet Dash, and, like, the way you can safely chip at enemies from the sky, but you can combo things more effectively on the ground and get, like, hit multiple enemies is one of the other big things. Shit, I kinda screwed this up, but whatever. Muck Puke, the Fallen! I mean, yeah, he's right. He's gross and he's dumb, and it's gonna take 10 extra seconds because the last guy fell off the stage. This same, wow. Dumb.
Let's do it.
You're supposed to just hold neutral there. Maybe this one is the one to actually go. I don't know. The same things that I was saying... yeah, that's just... multiple... like, condensed grossness. It's, like, repetitive and it's... repulsive. But all of the things that I kind of said about, or was starting to say at least, about, air attack is also true with Comet Dash. The thing about Comet Dash, however, is that it trades some height for a good bit of distance that's actually further than you would be able to get with gliding, and maintains height more, but you do, of course, have to trade off a bit of height and also a bit of magic. And it also is actually faster than sprinting, especially if you chain them. However, you only have a handful of Comet Dashes, or several Comet Dashes in a magic bar, especially like at the beginning of the game here, where we have like our puny bars with no none of the relics or anything like that. But yeah, it can also interrupt double jumps, and you can also do the air attack after and get like significant distance. Here I'm just holding R to be able to run for a little bit before this. It's actually very critical that I do that, because it's going to get me to stand right within range to hit this immediately, as opposed to having to contend it with the enemies. Another thing that's odd there, you might have noticed I didn't just wail away at the gem cluster, and that's because there's sort of an unintended, but you could say hidden mechanic, where Spyro does not actually get the full benefit of gems if you just kind of hit the ball at once, because, for one, the game can't handle so many of them being on the screen at once and will deload them, but for two, it doesn't... whenever there's a bunch of gems coming in at one time, there's sort of like a cap for how many Spyro can handle at once. So like there will sort of be like a bunch of gems that are there visually, but essentially have no use, or at least not as highly as if you kind of space out the hits there. Because you can get anywhere from like, I don't know, something like a fourth of a Fury to like, or a fifth of a Fury to like a third of a Fury, or something like that. Or maybe half, I don't know. Yeah, that's one of the things I want to change, is some of the crystal functionality. Actually, like, there's some stuff that's just like glitch type BS that should be fixed within the game. So the actual like main damage dealer is going to be Comet Dash, because it's a multi-hit move that can charge the enemy. And it has multiple hits, hitboxes, blah blah blah, but you kind of have to be very careful about it, because like it surrounds Spyro, right? But it tends to sort of like be difficult to control. Now there are a bunch of things you can do to set up the enemy to be in line for one, or fuck. I hoped I would have gotten damaged from the burning thing to get me out of the recovery. It's hard to commentate that all while that's going on. But yeah, it's just very condensed damage and it keeps the enemies stun locked. Problem is, obviously, it consumes magic. It's difficult to control. It can be good for hitting into crowds of enemies, but it tends to like throw them off. Oh shoot, Annie! Welcome back. I was not... yeah, I was like kinda like talking about... I forget, there was something I asked you, but whatever. You're fine. I'm doing an any % run now, actually, which is the thing where I like play the game more casually, like without Dark Spyro breaking everything in half. And I'm kind of trying to explain it to Nala as well here. A lot of it kind of comes down to, basically Comet Dash does everything, but it's hard to control. And you wouldn't really realize it when you're playing casually, because it is so, like, committal. It's a committal move, because it's a Comet Dash, see? But, like, in this section especially, you can kind of see how, like, magic management is useful. Oh no! I'm glad that you are partaking in, you know, art and everything. Again, never obligated. That's always awesome, like, to have something like that to work on just for, like, your own enjoyment and betterment. Wouldn't let you listen. Ah, that's unfortunate and weird, but whatever. But yeah, kind of just like minimalizing airtime is a very big deal. Being able to use Comet Dash a lot, and kind of like lining it up so you like drain all of your magic for movement. While then being able to finish it off, like fill out the meter. Oh my god, stop dropping the frames. There isn't really anything else I can offer in that. Yeah, I do like how this level kind of has a bunch of things where it's like more like kind of stave off the enemies or like choose how you want. Like realistically, most of the time you're just gonna fight the dudes anyways, but the enemies act as more as an obstacle than a requirement, even if that's only in a like minor sense. But yeah, Comet Dash does kind of have high startup, considering like how quickly a lot of moves come out in this game. Enemies can hit you before Comet Dash actually comes out. Even with these upgrade crystals, I tend to actually lean towards Alright, I have to do a setup here for a tight jump. Yes! So that little ledge poking out allows for one of the coolest exclusive tricks for this category. I kind of have to focus here because it's possible to soft lock. Shoot. Whatever. I'm not emulating this, but how do I feel about it? Oh, about emulation? I mean, realistically, this game didn't sell too well, and the more people that enjoy this game, the better. And yeah, this cutscene actually there's some cutscenes in the game that like set you to a very specific place actually, and thankfully this is one of them, because otherwise you would not be able to get back in bounds. Also, you might be noticing I kind of like spammed. Why are these guys getting in the ground? Doesn't make sense. I hate these toadweeds purely for that reason. You have to like be careful in how you kill them. But I tend to try and use wow. And use fire as a finisher because oddly enough, enemies actually have a different death animation for if you kill them with a breath as opposed to a melee thing, because they just kind of like burn to bits and whatever. And that's especially useful with the snail rider there because he has a really long animation where he's like yeah, I thought about being like fuck that, like for speedrunning purposes, but like I don't know, the emulators for PS2 games aren't that great anyways, and like just like I don't know, these games have become strangely like rare almost. It's kind of weird, like seeing them be like $40+ even though they're not very highly sought after. Yeah, like like emulation in general, like it's only really a problem if the emulation has like a lot of like differentiation between how it functions with the game. Like if it fucks with loads and stuff, that's usually the main thing. Oh god. Yeah, I didn't kill him, so this actually... He only spawns after you kill one of the medium dudes, so... Yeah. As you could see there, because it's just got like such high and damaging hitboxes, you can kind of like flip around between them and just screw off a lot of the enemies, and that's actually faster than burning a Fury there if you do it well. Which was insane to me. I used to just pop Fury there, but... Pop Fury to me. Okay. Yeah, there is a speedrun.com page. Admittedly, I'm kind of the only reason there is one. But... You can, I hate this section casually, by the way. There's too many obstacles and tight things. But thankfully there is a little, break there. And there's also, a thing you can do where you can, like, kind of flame, the snail rider to make him, like, curl up and go away. Alright. Another sick little skip setup coming up here. As you can see, like, the pace of the game becomes very strangely quick whenever you... I'm just gonna fall. Whenever you introduce comet dashing, because you can access certain areas quicker and also just kind of, like, disorient enemies and, like... Some ledges actually will catch you, so, like, there I didn't fall off, even though I probably would have gone further. Okay, so... Sometimes... They'll like unlight two of them. Oh my god, really? Okay, still made it. And you can get a little boost by doing horn dive into glide there. Well, not if you don't have ground to stand on. Okay, there we go. Even this area, it's only a handful of enemies. This is actually even worse to use your Fury on. But yeah, I know these games, like, this game doesn't even have that much in the way of, like, possible physical releases. So, like, I don't know. I thought that was gonna be something that I'd have to be concerned with, but... And, like, obviously you could be like, you know, there's legal questions or whatever, but... The games just need more attention, and I'm sure the other people behind it would not. Like, they're gonna be more honored than they are appalled. Most likely. If they had any reaction or knowledge at all. There is another version of that Underground Out of Bounds, by the way, where you can fall off and die after the spider cutscene, where like the pillar falls down, but it's less consistent. And also sort of like dependent on like kind of slipping past during the cutscene. The Activision's kind of... Well, I don't really know... Does Activision have the rights to Spyro still? Because, I mean, it's... Like, the Reignited was made by different people. I don't really know what the hell goes on with properties or whatever. But they just kind of, like, make... like, specific games of a specific series when they want to. That's also, like, my friend was saying in terms of, like, his concern or understanding of the series is that they left Spyro to work, like, for the original trilogy to work on Ratchet and Clank because they were like, well, here's our new platformer boy. Oh, jeez. I tried to do it with a single jump, but that's rougher. But yeah, keeping low to the ground also gives you more options, and you can just like chain stuff more. Whereas when you get in the air, there's only so many things you can do, and you have to land eventually. I used to do speedruns of this with Cam are also interesting because there's a lot of like switching between combat and movement. I'm trying to get like all the crystals that are like within relative distance, like not very far out of the way. Okay. Here we go. There's a very much harder version of this, but now we can strafe jump. There's a thing where you can very barely get over the top of that by spacing out a double jump and then comet dashing. You can push yourself just barely up on top of those vines. Yeah! Dawn of the Dragon especially just seems to be expensive. Especially like the PS3 version. Like the later gen console releases. I think they just had a really short production run. Or something. I mean, it's already evident in the games. I doubt they had much in the way of marketing or you know, producing copies. Oh, God. I don't know if it's still around, but there was a point where I was kind of, like, doing a ton of eBay shit, and I came across, like, it was either, like, an E3 or, like, demo release of Eternal Night.
What?
Yeah.
You get it?
No, because Well, it looked sus. I didn't know what it was, and it was hundreds of dollars or something. Or it was, I feel like it was at least 100. Yeah, but I didn't even know it would play, and I also didn't have money to purchase it at the time.
And
I thought I told you about that.
oh, you never told me. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was like a blank. Well, it wasn't like a completely blank disc, but it had like red text on it, and it's like Eternal Night, like some early version of it or whatever.
So fucked up. You can dump that.
I don't know. Considering how empty this game is already, it's hard to imagine there's much else to be extracted. I mean, possibly. Oh, also that thing that was kind of used in New Game Plus to get extra gems, it also works here. Because, like, with Fury crystals, when you hit them with the ice ball, it drops a couple gems without, like, counting as one of the strong hits on it. So you can do that to get some extra gems, and then, like, do the strong hits on it, and so you get, like, a good fistful more of, haha, you thought it was gonna die. I thought it was gonna die. Gems, then I knew.
I've seen this.
And you can also use Ice Ball to respawn green crystals. I don't believe it works on any of the other ones, if my recollection is right. But yeah, while you were gone, Nala, I was talking about a time I found some sort of like old release, or like, I don't know, it was a very mysterious kind of disc. But it looked like it could have been something like an old like demo release type of thing for this game. I also, there was like a graded version of this game I wanted to buy. Someone had snatched it up before I could, like, I don't know, like, it's like a nice idea to have one. Okay, nice, okay. Yeah, this swamp is very difficult. Seriously? I was too close to the edge there. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, I wasn't able to buy either of them, really. I, like, technically had the capital to be able to pick one of those up. But I always wanted to keep, like, a certain amount of money on me for the capability of getting to an apartment or a car or something. I'm gonna try to do the old setup for this. Because it was one of... I think when I found this, I truly believed in any percent. Yeah, baby! Still got it! Damage boosts. Damage boost, my friend. Same with, I might as well do the old version of this. There is a little corner there that's sticking out that you can jump off of. Yes. Clean! Alternatively, you can just target literally any enemy and do, any percent used to be hard as balls, and it still is, really. Did I really not have... Wow, that's just stupid. He literally just would not move. Even though I was hitting him with the ball and everything. At least it checkpoints you here. I thought it was going to be way worse. See, this is the alternative. I used to think that skip would only be possible with, like, lightning jumping, and I had theorized, like, oh, let's do New Game Plus, no Dark Spyro! But that's arbitrary as hell, and it doesn't really offer anything interesting. Especially now that I've, like, gone and routed out any percent. Like, it would just make fights easier. And, like, this tinier tech stuff is not present as much then. Okay, so you get this. This guy's not normally here. Then you'd be low on that, so then you collect that. And then you drop frames. Because apparently this computer needs to catch up every 6 minutes. And then you kind of just treat this similarly to the typical assassin fight. Jesus. There we go. Alright. Oh, right. This is here. And then if you're careful, you can thread the needle there. And then charge to get... the other thing is that with Comet Dash, you're actually able to get further into like a cutscene trigger than you normally would, because the game has to let you finish up the action. It can't just like halt you on the spot like it does with walking. So you can kind of like get yourself further in than and that can mess with timing of things. Not really. The cutscene trigger still activates, but Spyro's still, like, required to finish moving.
Oh, I thought he would, like, be in the wrong position.
When the cutscene ends, more like.
Okay.
I mean, like, yeah, you are displacing yourself in terms of where the game would normally, where you'd normally be, but you can't act out of that. It's kind of just like, oh, I'm comet dashing over the barrier. And then, you know, it's like, oh, I started a movement, and my movement has to finish. If it, like, let you do that with when you're airborne or something, then yeah. Yeah, this section's pretty cool too, because you can skip a lot of platforms and like by like spacing out some things pretty nicely. You also get to skip learning about type advantage shit, because that little branch exists there, and I had tried jumping up that forever, and then we found the thing, the strafe jump, and it just like made the game that much. It just like barely was possible, and I was so happy because it's literally just you sit there and spam ice balls. They don't even have to be upgraded, and they just ruin their health. I'm gonna go for something a little risky here. Oh! Let's go! I really thought I was dying, but yeah, that ledge is curved beyond belief. This is actually an adaptation of an old NG Plus trick where you would lightning jump over that, and then use that height to kind of carry you out to the end of the level. You can't get nearly as much height, but it is pretty height. I think Yeah, any percent has a lot more of this, like, switching between element stuff. And that's always, like, cumbersome to do while you're jumping and controlling, like, Spyro's direction. So I'm sure that, like, even people that are, like, interested in this game can easily be dissuaded because, you know, there's stuff about the game that's already hard, and then you add, okay, now there's something very strange, and okay, I'm not gonna get to show it really. Well, I still can. You can one cycle Arbrick, but it's really tight. Arbrick's pieces still keep track of how many times you hit them between shakes or whatever. Oh god, I don't know how many hits I have on these. Okay. So what you do is you leave all of them at 2, except for one that you put at 3, wait for him to spin, and then go ham. Oh, Annie, if you were curious as to my, like, I started talking about, like, my feelings of Dawn of the Dragon, before I left. Essentially, I said that it's probably, like, the best, like, overall, like, it's the most accessible and enjoyable in, like, a surface value and in, like, well, not just surface value. Okay, it has the best platforming in the series. Easy. And it also is pretty good with, like, some of the story and some of the, well, okay. It's comparable with some of the story and also some of the, collectible stuff. I'm a really big fan of the armor, especially. 2-player is awesome. Freeform flight is awesome. The graphics of it are at least comparable. But there's certain things in terms of, like, the, like, narrative with it being, like, coming to a close. It has a lot of weight on it for that, and doesn't deliver a lot of the time, but it does bring back some elements of the series from early that, Alright, so here I'm actually going to make good use of the fact that you can use melee attacks separate from their, Okay, he's gonna do that for a bit. Separate from magic attacks. So I'm able to, like, kind of stun them both and get a lot of damage on them by spamming both Ice Ball and melee attacks. What I mean by they act separately is that they have their own, like, cooldown systems and, like, there isn't any, like, stun or, like, it doesn't prevent you from, like, they have their own separate frame data, essentially. They don't prevent the other from coming out, so they can exist at the same time. You can do that with, like, the Comet Dash stuff, but since you're kind of, like, flying by and, like, already exhausting a lot of magic, it tends not to be worth it for the little bit of chip, but it's something that I should probably test more realistically. Excuse me. Oh yeah, so Earth is OP, so we upgrade it as soon as we get it. Yeah, so by the time I get here, I want to have 1.5 levels worth of stuff. Oh! Wet Furry the Charmer?
Bruh. There be charms.
If that does not sum up it, Charmy, like the bee. Wait, is that the bee in Sonic?
No,
No, but yeah, that does definitely sum up the fan base, huh? Wet Dude, and Cold Shred the Covetous, that's like how much I'm fucking spitting facts right now. Dunk. Alright. That was more of a stretch. Like your sister. Okay. So you can very barely catch the edge of that as it's turning to make this cycle earlier. It's kind of obnoxious that they just make you wait for that even though you've dealt with these platforms a million times before. Wet flurry. Yeah! Got him. Too many good jokes. Yeah, Dawn of the Dragon offers some great things. It's just disappointing in its own ways. Realistically, the difference in quality in games doesn't fluctuate all that much for me. Except for this game, because I'm biased as fuck. And I have to rep this game. Okay, so this I'm actually gonna do something where I kind of abuse this crystal. I'm going to go around to the edge here after the crystal has spawned and use my fury. So what this is going to do is a few things. Is, well, I use the enemies and so I'm going to hit the crystal, but I'm not going to break it entirely because the force isn't as strong as if I were to fury it from here. And I'm also going to stay over here. So I'm going to collect some gems from when the fury ends, but I'm also warped over here. So then I collect these gems, and that spaces out some of the gem collecting, and then do it again there. And that lets me leave this level with a full 3/4 of fury. And that's going to be very important in another one of the worst sections of the game, that it will allow us to thankfully overcome with not too much difficulty. Hold on, I'll be right back. I need to write something down. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it does actually carry over. It's just like normally there's never one there. Alright, so yeah. We're going to, while Ravage Rider is kind of spinning around, get in some chip damage. Try to follow him to our best of our ability. I guess this might actually be a better way to do this. Oh shit! Don't kill me. Makes one mistake. We want to try and just bait him to do turns so that he's more likely to crash. Oh shit! Yeah, and then you switch to Earth while he's still kind of vulnerable here, and that will allow you to skip the second phase. So yeah, he takes a lot of damage from melee hits, and you can still you can abuse Dragon Time to make use of enemies being, like, vulnerable more. Which is kind of more obvious of a strat with bosses and whatever. It is also kind of the case with, regular enemies. And you can also, like, there's a lot of intricacies to how, like, Dragon Time actually works. But yeah, they're in hit stun for longer, and your magic actually drains slower. So even though my fucking magic was at that tiny sliver, there's sort of like a glitch. Like, it just, a lot of the time, will not go to 0. And so, I mean, it already kind of does that. I don't know. Earth just acts so strange in this game. They literally just had to change the way that it, like, comes out, like, in terms of, like, its damage, or not the damage, because you could mash this anyways, but, like, when the hitbox is active or the time between throws. And Earth would be perfectly fine in this game. But instead it's the Shine. it's Falco's Shine. Well, He doesn't have to kick it all the way out, though. So yeah, it's a shine that is
I wonder if we should
only facing forward. And does more damage and knockback. Well, no, shine does a lot of knockback to begin with. Whatever. Comparison was made, and I'm sure it was understood. Yeah, Ravage Rider is either tied or my least favorite boss in this game. Arboric is the other one. Okay, I had a terrible angle there. I was pressing up at the same time as pressing left.
try again.
So this you can kind of cheat by having just enough height to skim over the stuff in. Also, there's normally burning logs and stuff there, but if you die, it despawns them. Because they were you're probably already struggling, I guess. Or it's just weird Eternal Night dumb shit. Hi, Snake. Yeah, Ravage Rider. I mean, he's... I like the idea that he just kind of eats up his prey or whatever. But as far as it being a boss and actually being, solid and whatever, it's kind of fucked up. It's supposed to incentivize, dragon time usage and stuff, but they don't communicate that, and it's OP. And he combos you to death. I kind of like, there's a lot of things in the game like that, really. Favorite boss? That I'm less sure of. I could have just traveled across that bit of cannons, without the thing, but it was safer, and I figured it might be cooler to be able to show, oh, I can, space this out if I'm careful. You also kind of want to, space this out, your killing of the enemies, so that you end up with a lot of magic here, so that you can move more in the halls coming up. But you also, because you want magic to kill them, but they also drop magic that then is going to get used up by the Earth Flail spam. I feel like there are some bosses they made where they actually kind of wanted you to go by a certain play style or whatever. Although, yeah, it is kind of just they tried to do a thing with the train dude, but make it more, maybe slightly more dynamic, as opposed to because the train boss is cool, but he takes a while to complete. He is. Largely. But Dragon Time... Well, the arena isn't a copy. His moves... He has a few different moves. Or wait. Maybe he doesn't. Okay. His speed is different, and your tools to deal with him are different. Which isn't much. But... yeah. It's essentially a reskin of the train, though, yes. Alright, time to fuck up this bit. I'm gonna show a few different things here. So yeah, you can jump off of that and then get up here and then get up here and then get up there. But you can also oh wait. What was the other strat that I used to do? Something over here? Oh, you know what? It's probably just two different iterations. Yeah, okay, I know what's going on. So now I'm just kind of trying to... Okay. Well, that's maybe damning. Okay, no, this one still exists. Yeah! So you could like get on this, and then you could like comet dash over to there. I think there was another one, but whatever. This is the go-to, for obvious reasons. But yeah, that jump was always really nerve-wracking and difficult, but it felt so... Oh yeah, so here, you don't have to, but you can like fuck with a couple of these guys before you head up, because really, you're kinda just waiting for this dude to appear. You can also, if you have more magic, throw it around some ice balls to deal damage. Which is what I'm gonna do here. It has wide area of effect. Yeah, unfortunately, the oh, it's also worth to like break these. But yeah, also like then you can melt these guys out. And wait, how are there 2 more? I thought it was mainly gonna be small. I guess I killed more small dudes than the medium dudes, but shit, he's still here. Suckle Ashbat! Suckle my nads. Oh. You think so too? Oh yeah. Epicness. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's stop popping off. Oh yeah, you also get a chance to do one of these. Remember this in Lightning Dream? I didn't really get a good one, but that's the one point. I thought it would be more useful, but there aren't really any like extremely large gaps that you could like make and do so reliably. Also, I think I used maybe a little too much magic crossing here. I used to fucking comet dash into this box until it killed like 6 runs. But it's like the most Chad thing you can do in this game. Okay. I wonder what we have this Fury for. Monker S. Ground Pound actually coming in clutch. Oh, I forgot. There's... Okay, I'm sorry. There's a new skip here that I forgot about. I was like, no, you don't need magic here. I don't even... This skip is only like slightly faster too, which is upsetting. And it's gonna seem very weird, but stay with me. Oh wait. I can't do it right now. I have to die now. Oh! What a visual to go out on. Okay.
Let's do it. Onwards to battle.
Yeah, like, there are a few dynamics to the fight, you just don't have that many, like, tools or room to deal with them. There's not really any area of safety, besides, like, these steps, and, like, the areas to, like, get your fuel back with magic or health are very dangerous and far off. So, you could always get up here. Guess what? This guy exists. So now, we're gonna go back to the boss arena. And then we're gonna die, actually. Because we're stuck. Oops. Yeah, I just wanted to show you that. That's all. And you can, like, jump around the arena and, like, get almost inside the thing. There's an old clip. There's an old clip where... Yep. That's why the out of bounds works in New Game Plus. Oh wait, I'm good now. I don't need to do this another time. This guy's normally over to the right, I thought. I know there's... I guess over time they sorta... Oh. I did these like the wrong order again. Okay, so normally you would actually do the bottom area first so that you can spawn closer to the entrance. But, so this isn't gonna save time, but I already was losing time. See, look, that's supposed to spin them away. Okay. Or not. I'm amazed I didn't get hit until the end there. Also, shoutouts to Crystal Eater. That's about as dumb as glue. Actually, they're probably quite hardening and nutritious. It is thematically cool. Okay, so then you... Yeah, those big guys, they're so strange. They literally just pop around, and they don't actually do anything like summoning enemies or anything until you kill these guys, which is why I used to do them first. And then I also would, like, get more use out of the, Can I hit them both? No. Out of the Fury. You can actually have it so that all of them are over here, but I was low on health, so I had to pop the Fury. Pop goes the Fury. Okay, anyways. Yeah, so you can literally just go up and kill them. And they don't spawn the Togen things. Alright, well now I might as well just kind of wait around here while the bombs are falling, I guess. Maybe I'll screw around and... Oh? What? Look at all this stuff! Look at it all! Oh, just kidding. There was none of it. Oh, now it's here. And now I can kind of fuck with him because I was able to get at him before he could, respawn. You used to have to do a thing where you would sort of spin around him and intermix ground attacks and air attacks and earth stuff. There used to also be a route where I didn't upgrade earth until later, I think, so that I could get like more electric stuff or something, or ice or something. How does he keep getting away with it? So yeah, one of the more damning and aggravating bosses, you can just... Yeah. I could show, like, it's kind of like... It was so crazy and, like, dynamic, too, but yeah. You would, like, spin around, you also had to keep track of your dragon time, because you had to use dragon time with Earth Flail so you didn't run out of magic, and you also had to use it to sort of get ahead of him in his spinning, but you'd like do some ground things, but then he starts to like spin towards you, some ground attacks, but then he starts to spin towards you. So then you jump and you do some air attacks, but then you don't have any any more hitboxes with your air melee, and you have to wait until you hit the ground. So instead of doing that, you would then use your dragon time, and then you would use the earth flail to get out hitboxes to stun him, and like then you would like land and repeat the process and get further around. Now it didn't have to go exactly like that, but that was the fundamental idea, is that you would use them in conjunction with each other to sort of patch up any of the holes in terms of like actionability that that Scab has, as well as patching up your own holes of inactionability. And you would literally spin around him and have to do that for the 2 health bars. It was sick. And you can still do that. Realistically, both the strat where you just kind of do this normally without having to die, the reason you have to die is because you have to load another part of the level and then come back. So you load Falmouth, you load the actual arena, and then you load this end area, right? And what that does is, like, the fight and like everything looks normal, but the invisible walls are gone. And then you can just jump over. And I had such a strange time because you could get out of bounds before that was the case, but getting in, like, the sides of Scab's room, like the treasure map room, have have walls that go all the way up to the ceiling. I tried to get it in a way so that you could like jump around and get like damage boosted back up from like behind his chair, because there used to be a strat, or a backup at least, in New Game Plus, where you would get behind the end of the level, and then whenever like it does that thing where Spyro gets stuck and it launches you back up and he goes, oh, that thing, you could hit the trigger of where the ceiling collapses while you're getting launched back, because it's like Spyro is still like occupying that space, and so that would actually warp you into the boss arena. So that's one of the main things in terms of more potential skips that can be found within this category still. But yeah, this was the most recent revelation I had in this category, like maybe just a few months ago, I want to say. Or handful, anyway. Anyways, so that's that. That thing has more, like, I think, implications than it does, like, actual good utility as it is right now. It makes a nice, easy alternative to beating Scab, which does kind of save some time, but you can, like, play Scab normally and still kind of get away with just going for Flail, if your positioning is good enough. And you, like, the time that's saved is waiting through the cutscene, and also like a little bit of cutscene for Scab, because often he'll get to hit you or use his hook attack before you can hit him if you go down there normally. But because you can get like Scab, like, you can actually like walk forward. Wow, like that wasn't even like the best case scenario. Best case scenario is you kill the fat guys at the top, and you only need to kill the fat guys at the top. The little enemies they spawn aren't necessary for the cutscene to happen. So you do your Fury at the bottom half, then you go up, you kill the fat guys, after having done the out of bounds into the arena and dying. Then you jump off of the treasure chest, or the bucket, sop, plop, whatever the fuck thing. Gruel. Imitation gruel from Gaul. Oh shoot. I just thought of something funny for Magic the Gathering. Imitation gruel. TG. But yeah, you would, and then you would jump over, and then when you're down there, while there's nothing visually going on, you walk forward, and then you can be even closer to Scab than when you normally start, while he's still kind of loading and disoriented. I think, you know what, there might have actually been a thing where I figured out how to get down there without needing to deload the walls, but there was a problem with that. The game didn't actually load anything around it, and I wasn't able to get it to do so. because that cutscene trigger had been skipped. That bomb falling, that's the whole thing that is actually keeping that from just like going there. Because I tried like doing that death thing and then just falling down there, but then you're just in an empty room essentially with nothing else to do. Okay. Now for the rest of the run. I might have fucked up the music. Can't tell. So yeah, here we're kind of just gonna use our air mobility to big advantage here. This is called Shitty Ships, and I mean it's kind of shitty to begin with, because like, you know, having to do like little bits of enemies and whatever. But now it's also shitty because of some big big skips that can only really be done with tiny collisions, even with the introduction of the enemy strafe jump thing. Clean though. Although there is a use for strafe jumping here, so that's useful. I almost never get that, so that's hype. Okay. And I want to keep the camera away here because normally this boat isn't loaded fully, and you can actually see the bottom area where you normally do the cannon fight. Alright, Nala. Well, it's been wonderful that you could stay, and you got to see some of the best parts of this. I honestly think this is one of the best levels, but I think that, I guess, makes it a good section to finish off on then, huh? Then hitting this actually is a trigger to spawn the enemies here, which are necessary for either a damage boost or one of these. It used to be kind of RNG if you would get this damage boost, because they have to do that one particular attack where they swing downwards. I'm definitely gonna need the health and magic, so I'm killing him. I wish you well in your life, as always, Noah. Thank you again for your continued care, dedication, and just stopping by, really. That's all that really matters. Anyways, yeah, that takes care of a lot of things that would be a lot more troubling. A lot of things. I honestly don't know where my splits would be right now. I'll just keep going. After this run, I'm definitely gonna finish off, because I neglected several other things that I would like to give my time and attention to. Yeah, you actually want this one to be... You have way faster fire rate in this for no particular or discernible reason. And you actually can hit them more when they're up as opposed to beneath the stage. So you actually want to avoid getting hit because that sends them down, whereas in the other ones you actually want to do that. Oh yeah, also this is where I had my first interaction with the triple jump thing. Like after the battle's over, it leaves you in a state of you know, this, the strafe mode, even though you have nothing to target onto. And so I would fuck around with that while I waited for it to wear off. And there was one time where I was airborne and then it wore off and I went to jump and it worked. And I was like, oh, I'll have to go for that in runs, but I didn't really think of it as being something I could replicate at all. Alright, so you were curious as to how I handle some of the longer fights? Well, this is how. Oddly enough, I'm going to carefully maneuver myself in the same manner as the boat that typically takes you here, so as to sort of hit the actual trigger it checks. Because you would think going closer to the ship would be the thing, like, oh yeah, it landed here, so now that's your checkpoint. But no, it actually looks for the path the boat takes, and you can't really land on the ship itself. So you actually kind of have to be further away. It's like something you would never really consider as a possibility or like think about, but that's how you end up getting that trick to work, which I found that without understanding how it worked, and it would kind of like kill runs for a while, but now it thankfully doesn't. Now for this, you kind of get in on him, and you do get to do the thing here. This is kind of what it looks like. But to a much wider extent, because he only has one health bar there. Alright. And now, for the end game, we get some sweet new movement tech added into our inventory. So we want to upgrade this actually as well, but it's for a different reason than you won't believe why. I might have fucked with the music again. Yeah, it definitely did. I hate this glitch. This is... Oh, yep. So that's gonna fuck with my audio cues. Oh my god, I can't even tell what happened. And if you're still around, I mean, I'm not feeling as hot about this run. There are a few more like cool things to be seen, especially with like how the final fights in the game are handled, because I do actually have to partake in those. Oh, also I've been doing this tech where you hit these guys down, so you don't have to see them launch or do one of their slower death animations. So otherwise, I've been streaming for like 7 hours now or something dumb. I could use some eats. DiGiorno. No, I'm kidding. Nah, I mean, I'm sort of losing steam, and I wanna see you. Huh? I have a peanut butter and jelly and pretzel here from earlier that I just didn't get to have yet. I mean, yeah, we'll look at it. I can't really think about what I want to eat right now. Vroom, 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 That would be funny if, like, I got this, turned around and did, like, I should just do, like, a run where I imitate all of the, sound effects in the game and stuff. Oh, the music comes back for the cutscenes, but I don't think it does for the game. There's some sort of thing where it kind of messes with the music trigger. The music literally just kind of like increments upwards based on like what level you're in or whatever. Like it's like, oh, here's the trigger to play the next track. And anytime one of these happens, it skips that. Wait, could you make... No, not really. Goddamn. What did that butt do? Okay, there's no more of that. Yeah, if you get a double lightning jump, it's possible to get up here without this. Oh, shit. Why did I do that? Boy. Well, anyways. I'm not really seeing any activity or feeling much like it. I had very good chats, though. Really got a lot of interest and talk on the topic of this just awesome little hidden gem. Well, maybe not gem, but with some polish it could be one. Diamond in the rough, you know? It's a roughed up diamond. Thanks to everyone who really helped make today more interesting. Like, this wasn't even what I really wanted or expected to do today. I was going to work on a different game, but it's always homey and, like, welcoming, and it often isn't rewarding, like, recognized, but today it really felt like it was more than anything. It's all I ever want for this game. So, thank you for letting me see that, and to share it with you in, wait, what's it called? Like the word for like inverse? I was gonna say converse. In return, but yeah. Yeah, I thought response, and I thought, okay, anyways. It was very good to meet you, Annie. It's good to see Nala again. Even had some other returning folks, so GG. Let's see. What the hell? Okay. I was wondering why Alice Madness Returns has over 100 viewers. That's not typical. Alright, let's see if my friend Garen is streaming or not. Doesn't look like it. Damn. Who else is streaming? Doesn't look like anything. Any other Eternal Night people up? Yeah, really. Okay, it's just me. Understandable. Well, in any event, it's been great. Good night.